Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Why am I so busy? I hate this life. Fuck. Why am I busy? Hello, everyone. Are you still here? Damn. Oh, shit. Okay, so everybody, hello. Good evening. And also, I just uploaded the new cover. That's why it took so long. That's why you were in a limbo in the introduction. In the intro limbo. Let me just see. Man, it's so difficult to Cool. All right. It's there. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure that I uploaded the right things. Okay. And I'm linking the right things. Anyway, hello everyone. What is everybody doing? And I've been saying hello everyone. What is everybody doing? Hello. I sense a musical nuke next week. Yeah, yes. It's been a while since I did a cover that's metal, you know. It's been a while since I did a metal cover, so I'm trying to redeem myself this year, and I'm gonna be putting out a lot of stuff. So please stand by and wait for the stuff that I'm gonna drop this year. Yeah, I know I'm so busy. Did you guys see it? Hold on. I'm gonna link again to those who are not here. Check this out. My nightbot is wrong. Hold on. Maybe I should correct my nightbot. Cuz my new cover is going to be Okay, I guess that should be enough. All right. I think the nightbot will show it. Anyway, this is the one for later. Also today we're gonna be talking about libs. Our enemies, the libs. They're as much of our enemies as Fash, because you know there's a lib to Fash pipeline. Liberals would rather side with the fascists to protect their class interests, so you know. Are we getting a Kahoot at one of these streams? What is a Kahoot? I'm doing I was still uploading. Now I'm done. But I need to upload the rest later for my other socials, but I just needed to upload it on YouTube and my other stuff. Some clarification would be great. Aren't communists liberals too? No, no, no. Communists are not liberals. Not at all. Not even by no. No. Mana is using the technical definitions. Liberal, someone who believes in the political philosophy of Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau. Yeah, yeah. So first, let's check out why liberalism is why liberalism sucks. You know. Hold on. Let me just wait. The videos are gone. Okay. Oh, this is a long one. Oh shit. Okay. So, let's find out. But before we do that, I want to talk about briefly I want to talk briefly about like, you know, liberalism and why it's we can't be, you can't lump in communists and socialists with liberals, you know, the Democratic Party liberals type of libs, you know, or social democrats like in the Nordic region, you know. We are not the same. First of all, where is my notes? The fuck? No, the fuck. Where are my notes? Oh yeah, okay. So these are just like well, I can just read it anyway. I need to show it. Hold on. Hold on, imps. I need to show you my... But since this is a stream, I think it's better for everyone to see because it's a lot more visual. I need to refresh the stuff. Okay, there we go. There we go. So we're gonna watch first thoughts why liberalism is a death cult. Okay, you heard that right. It's a fucking death cult. How am I this morning? Hello, Kami Quinoa. I've been really tired, and I've been checking my music video for like last minute edits that you know we missed last night. So I was just waiting for my editor to finish everything, and he finished like around oh wow. Thank you, Zetter, for gifting one gifted subs to Pharaoh. Thank you. I think it should be obvious enough, but one guy in the beginning asked me if libs and commies were the same thing, so I explained it simple. Libs defend capital, covering it with freedom and right to become rich or whatever. So they still serve capitalism, unlike... Yeah. So like there's a lot, like I think the the powers that be work so hard to put us into to lump communists, the actual people that seek to change the system, into the ones that that are just happy to capitulate to capital. So we're not the same. So we're here to like check it out, why that is. And yeah. He believes property is like an immediate thing that comes from working to get some things, but such theory falls to account for social or mixed labor or secondary transformation, not to mention the general critique of natural property as just magical thing. Yeah, that's true. Who are you refuting, Samuel? Shouldn't everyone be allowed to have a home? Isn't that what he means by property? No. What? No. There are also libs that want free healthcare and call themselves lefty. Yeah, they want they want a welfare state. They're not lefties. They just want a welfare state. And socialism is not when the government does stuff, okay? And the more that the government does things, it becomes no, that's not how it works. Liberalism, when the meteor is about to cause mass extinction event. Oh, this will be great for the economy. Yeah, because they can mine it, and they can mine the minerals and get money out of it. So no. So Angry Shark, you're not dumb. You're just misinformed, like massively misinformed. So that's why we're here to study it. To see why that is. To see why in the first place people like you who are like of sound of mind fall into that type of narrative, because we grew up. All of us fell into that narrative. So to those of us who figured it out, like, oh shit, wait, they're lying to us. So now we're here to figure out the lies. You are not dumb. Do not call yourself, because you're here to be educated. You're not willfully. You're asking the relevant questions. You're not like, you're not. You don't. You didn't come here with your mind already made up and just to like fight us. To engage in bad faith. That's different. Those people I ban. Okay. Those people are a lost cause. I'm not here to convince people who've already made up their minds. I'm here for the fence sitters, for the fence sitters and people who are just genuinely wanting to educate themselves and, just chilling. So yeah, like as for the Nazis, may their gods have mercy on their soul. Why the apple? Why not? You don't want the apple? You want a banana? You can get a banana. No, but I feel like apple today. So. The dream. That sounds like a dream. The dream. A communist society is an hypothetical future social order which there are no classes, no money, and everyone is working according to their capacity and given according to their need. Yeah, but even if you could not work, you're still not gonna be treated like trash, like how it is in capitalism. If you are no longer of value, you're not making, you're not making the capitalist overlords money. You're already, you become homeless. You're like a pariah of society. You can't, you won't be treated like that. Everybody is gonna be taken care of. Because everyone has intrinsic value, Can you imagine playing for your life? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right now. They're all just They all are just deceived illusions. So even if fascists and Nazis can understand what they're doing, and generally evil libs, in my opinion, are just dumb. Yeah. They're banana dude and she's an apple girl. They're not the same. Well, I'm both. I am a banana. And can you teach me Juche? I'm not an expert of Juche. You should go to Comrade Larry for that. Oh yeah, and Comrade Larry is in Kick, but I can't link his profile here, so like you have to go to the comrades, to the other comrades too. No, abolishment of class means abolishment of all the domination hierarchies. Exactly. Hold on. What the fuck is my... Oh shit, okay. I was first lied to about the U.S. Civil War. Now lock. It was then I thought, God damn, fuck deep South education. Yeah, well, yes, yeah. What this stream is about liberals. This stream is about liberalism. Okay, let me just give you a historical context, okay? So liberalism emerged as a political ideology of the rising bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, during the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, right? So you can have I don't want to I didn't bother to list the the famous philosophers. You can look them up, and I'm pretty sure that you've had them in your when you've studied the Industrial Revolution in your history class. You probably came across the philosophers that are prominent thinkers back then, that started this school of thought. Okay, so what it does is it emphasizes individual rights, free markets, and limited government intervention, according to them. But to us Marxists, we see their liberalism's commitment to quote unquote freedom. Sorry, freedom. It's more like primarily an economic freedom for capitalists to exploit the workers. It's not really like the freedom that you think what you think freedom should be, like what freedom for people to express themselves, freedom for individuals to be, for everyone's need to be met, right? No. This freedom is primarily economic freedom for capitalists, okay? So, why is it like let's talk about how when did fascism arise, right? So it arose during the 20th century, like the actual, like the term was coined around that time as well. In Italy, Mussolini, I think, popularized it. he was on trend. And of course, the famous the German, Nazi Germany, and then of course, Franco's Spain. And it's a reaction to the crisis of capital. Why does fascism happen? Because of the crisis. It's simply a reaction to the crises that capitalism creates, right? What are these crises? It's the depression, right? The Great Depression, remember, 1930s, and working class unrest, because of course, people do not have jobs, or people cannot get jobs, rather, or they're not getting paid enough. So of course there's a lot of unrest with among the working class. And of course, yeah. And of course, when, because that's like the crux, like that's like the kind of like an almost reawakening, or like a awakening of class consciousness. And for that, for the capitalists to like maintain power, because of there's a looming threat of socialist revolution. Remember the specter that's haunting Europe? So what it promised, like fascism promised to preserve the capitalist system, right? To crush the leftist movements, like what they did in before the during the rise of Hitler, right? They all, before they got to the Jewish people, they rounded up the communists, the trade unionists first rather. So yeah, what they do, of course, yeah, they crush leftist movements, labor unions and stuff like that. They suppress dissent, and then they try to unite the nation under the actual authoritarian regime. And it's not the same as like this is, I think, where people like lump in communism with Nazism, with fascism, because they're thinking about authority as like the same authority, like the same, the government, the fascist, the same authority is there in place. But what in communism, or rather in a socialist, like in the transitional periods of communism, which is socialism, like a socialist government, it's the ruling class is suppressed, right? That's why we have the dictatorship of, it's still yes, it is a dictatorship, but it's the dictatorship of what? The proletariat, right? So I think a lot of people, when they hear authoritarianism, they automatically think that, oh, like big government, blah 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 blah. They don't see, because they don't give a fuck about like what leftists are, like what we are fucking talking about when we say dictatorship of the proletariat. We mean the dictatorship of the proletariat, right? It's not the same kind of authority, right? It's everything. Like under socialism, like or under fascism, it's both. Okay, sure, both are authoritarian, but it's a matter of whose authority. The most important thing is who is whose authority, right? And that's where it makes us a huge difference, Yeah, exactly. Yeah, self-rule of the people. Yeah. Sorry, I was not. I'm reading my notes because I wanted to make it quick, because the video is 50 minutes long. Holy fuck! So I'm just trying to like make, to give like a historical context of like why we're doing this today, right? And why are people so quick to lump in fascism with communism? And then people are so confused about what authoritarian even means. And when they say authoritarian, they're immediately like, oh no, like it's suppressive and whatever. But they don't see like who's in leadership. You have to look at the leadership first, So 50 minutes, we're gonna be here for the next 7. Shit, don't say that. People's democratic dictatorship, as Mao puts it nicely. Exactly, right? So rule by the many rather than the exactly. Because under a capitalist authoritarian regime, it's obviously ruled by the owning class, right? By Jeff Bezos, by fucking Elon Musk, dog. Their ilk, right? But like I think they're like I just remembered like the wealth of like a few people in the world, like I think it was only like a bunch, like you can count them, not even in the hundreds, Like really, really few people. All of their combined wealth is greater than the 50% of the entire world population. Like how the fuck do they have so much wealth than 50% of the world's population? How the hell? Not just that, they've been lied to about what it was like in the USSR and the DPR. Exactly. There's just so much lies. Because they don't want you to become class conscious. Because what happens? What happens, imps? What happens when you get class consciousness? What do you think happens to them? What do you think happened to Marie Antoinette? What do you think happened to the royal family in Russia? You know? What happened to them? When suddenly people were like, fuck this shit, man. You get depressed. Yes, but then you not just that. Oh my god. But of course you are gonna be moved into action, right? Even at the height of like the stagnation and corruption right before the reintroduction of capitalism in full force, the Soviet Union was mostly run by people with peasant or worker background. Exactly. Remind them that they can't spend their wealth without a subservient labor force. That too, right? Like no matter how hard, someone like let's just say like you worked hard, really really hard to like to become like a millionaire, let's say. You couldn't be a fucking millionaire without expropriating labor from someone else below you. Like it's just not a possible thing, Like they call us Delulu. They're the ones who are Delulu. Like you're not a self-made man or whatever the fuck nobody is a self-made anything, It's so annoying to hear that because like that's simply not true. Maria Antoinette loved her people so much that she lost her head over it. Good one. It's funny because the CIA admitted that the American people don't understand how the USSR proletariat democracy works. Exactly. And they love it. They love that they want to keep everyone in the West, like especially in America, where people don't even like reading. Not everyone, but like a lot of people do not want to study, and it's not their fault because their educational system is really bad. So they don't even have much training there, so we can't really blame them for that. Class consciousness leads to redistributing of the breathing privileges of the ones that consider themselves better. Exactly. And also, hello, welcome, first chatter. My first chatters are really like they always like give base takes. It's crazy. Some people think they made their own fortune by working hard. Exactly. Like bitch, I know. That's why like I that shit annoys me to no end because you're not. It's not just you. Even I, like it's not like with my music production, I'm not the only one who worked hard, bitch. Everyone in my team worked hard. So I can't take the credit all for myself, That's why I make sure that everyone in my team is getting paid like fairly. Like I never ever lowball anyone in my team because that's the biggest crime. It's crazy. Some people, yeah. It will be necessary to introduce mana to such a phenomenon in what's that? Democracy. What's that? Demo schiza? Dem schiza, okay. In the 90s in Russia, they occupied a large place in the media. I mean, I bet, That was like shock therapy, period. For there to be rich people, there has to be poor people. You cannot have one without the other, domestically and exactly. And this is why again we go back to why social democracies do not are not the pinnacle of, human civilization, because it still depends on imperialism, keeping the global south suppressed in order to fund their lifestyles in the global north, So-called self-made man, when they get to 10 billion opportunities due to the family wealth they were born into, affording them the leisure to fail their business multi. Exactly, that's what Trump did. He's like he failed. He's the poster boy of failing himself upwards. He was failing upwards, and now look at him, the orange man baby in the White House. Do you know the word kakistocracy? No, I don't know that. What does that mean? That's why you have the Chinese Karl Marx anime to educate the masses. That's true. You're buying the labor from workers, not exploiting it. Yeah. Elon Musk works so hard that he can give a speech at the AFD and play Path of Exile at the same time. Then wasn't he called out for that shit? If you pay them less than they produce, it's by definition exploitation. Exactly. You're buying the labor from workers, not no. You're still yes. If you that what Samuel said, if you pay them less than what they produce, it's by definition exploitation. Profits are stolen wages. Profits are stolen wages. You cannot make profit without exploiting other people. That's simply that's it. You know? Because he said that to be a pro gamer, a multiple game. Why is he like that? I don't really understand why anyone even listens to fucking Elon at this point in time. Kakistocracy is a government of the least suitable and competent. Oh, like the one in the US is rule kakistocracy. Kakistocracy, was it? Kakistocracy is ruled by the dumbest among us. Yeah, that's what's going on right now in our planet. The wealthiest people on earth reside all in the same area, but sure, it's all equal inches in invisible hand of the mark. Exactly, right? Exactly, T-color. Now, of course, you pay them, then no, they produce. What do you get otherwise? No, that you don't know how they. Nah. Okay, so you don't know how businesses work then. Oh my God, Comrade Trump on the head of the fall of the United States. Yeah, every day, like JD Pondon allegation. He's not beating the JD Pondon allegations. The funny part is that he got blasted by the gamers community because his account was clearly boosted. Oh, ew. Okay, what the fuck? We need to see if they gave interviews to foreigners or use a neural network. That thing is known as profit, is known to Marxists as surplus value, and from a Marxist perspective, and any kind of extraction of surplus value, the idea of profit is like exactly, yes, yeah. You cannot make profit without exploitation. I'm sorry. That's just how capitalism works. Hey yo, let's go! Thank you so much, Spilled Bag of Ice, for the raid. Thank you, comrade. We're just getting started here, so buckle up for the libs. For the libs in the chat. I'm kidding. I don't think I have libs in the chat. Maybe there are, but like it's fine. If you're here to get educated, then you're welcome. But if you're here to argue, I can't argue with you. Okay? You mad. You wanna argue. I don't wanna argue with you. Okay. Let's watch this because it's 50 minutes and I kind of want to end the stream early-ish so I can do a lot of stuff tomorrow. All right, let's go, everybody. Let's watch why liberalism is a death cult. It's not second thought. I forgot. It's Hakim. Yes, I'm the apple. It is indeed the apple.
Liberalism is supposed to stand for equality, human rights, democracy. Adopted by European colonial empires and their offshoots, self-styled defenders of all those lofty ideals seemingly stand by as a force besieges and murders innocent people.
We have now decided that as part of the process, all applicants for naturalisation must make a written declaration recognising Germany's special responsibility for the state of Israel and recognising the state of Israel's right to exist.
Why are they just standing by, watching it all?
Yeah.
Why do they actively support the belligerent force and supposedly refuse to follow their own stated ideals that they impose on the rest of the world by the loan or the gun? Simple. Because liberalism is a death cult. Liberalism, for all its grand ideals, has a history of opportunistic alliances, betrayed treaties, unspeakable violence, and never-ending jingoistic expansionism in ever-increasing creativity and barbarity. What we're seeing today is the continuation of this legacy, where the promises of freedom and justice are sacrificed to prejudice formed from internalized race science, all for ever-dwindling profit margins.
Yep.
Back to the video in just a minute. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Incogni. Let me take your attention to two articles.
Hakim,
just last
we have
month,
to
a
skip
massive
this.
data breach involving...
Thanks, Hakim.
It's old news by now. I hope, at least. That freedom-loving Western liberal governments, particularly the United States, have been staunch supporters of the ethno-state since its inception. The diplomatic cover it enjoys by the grace of those Western allies in international forums is unprecedented and oddly unwavering. For example, in the 34 years between 1972 and 2006, the United States vetoed 42 UN Security Council resolutions critical of it.
I heard about that.
That's more vetoes than the rest of the Security Council in the same period combined. Those veto resolutions were supposed to barely address such unserious issues like the in Gaza.
I know, right? Freedom loving, and then you show a picture of Winston Churchill. Churchill literally caused that famine in India. And you know who? Who sent the food to Indian people? Can you guess in the chat who sent the food? Who sent some grains to the Indian people that Winston Churchill starved? Can you take a guess in the chat? Who sent food to the Indian people? There we go. It's motherfucking Stalin. Like he literally like rerouted, like it was supposed to be for somewhere else. I forgot where. But he was like, you know, bureaucracy can wait, the people can't. You know, hungry people can't. So he sent the grain. He sent the stuff that the people need, the starving people need to India. What the fuck did Winston Churchill did? He they'd love to be on their fucking ivory towers, right? On their high horse, talking about freedom, democracy. But freedom for whom? For them. For them to exploit the Indian people. To extract all the resources from India. Yeah, so who did? Yes, exactly. It was motherfucking Joseph Zhugashvili Stalin. Okay. It was him, okay? So
or the violent illegal settlement expansion in the West Bank. This Western barrier has nullified even those minor international efforts, if you could even call them that, to hold to something approaching responsible. Surprising absolutely nobody with two firing neurons, this allows to pursue its frantic campaign without fear of repercussion.
Yeah.
This diplomatic protection comes packaged with a sweet military aid deal that is unparalleled in scale and scope. Receiving an estimated $310 billion adjusted for inflation since 1948, Israel has been the largest cumulative recipient of US foreign aid in terms of total assistance. This aid has made the military wing of that occupation force into one of the most technologically advanced organizations in the world. The US commitment to funding the government is codified in the 2014 Memorandum of Understanding signed by President
Right. Paperwork can wait. Hunger cannot. Exactly. Stalin was informed that there was a red tape delaying sending that food, right?
Obama that guarantees $3.8 billion in
get fucking moving, bitches. Like, starving people can't wait.
Military aid annually through 2028. This package includes $500 million earmarked for jointly developed missile defense systems, such as the Iron Dome and David Sling. However, it serves another even more sinister purpose.
Yeah.
We must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel.
This aid includes advanced jets like the F-35 Lightning stealth fighter, used to bomb people living on desolate beaches in tents without food or water, let alone effective defensive weapons or advanced aircraft detection equipment. This is all part of ensuring maintains a so-called qualitative military edge, meaning possessing overwhelming firepower, up to and including nuclear weapons as a means of deterrence. This isn't just a US policy, it's the law. I'm not joking, this isn't a bit. The law requires the United States to ensure it can defeat any credible conventional military threat. So, in practice, this policy isn't defensive. It merely enables it to project power across the region, intimidate and protect a population of over 600,000 illegal settlers in the West Bank and East Jerusalem.
I will veto any attempt by the UN to impose its will on the Jewish state. It will be vetoed 100%.
It's so funny how they say that it's a secular state. Like, everybody's welcome there, but then they say it's a, it's an ethno state. Like, which is it? Pick a thing, bitch.
Lobbying is also a major part of the diplomatic
Yeah, Jizzy has nukes.
Side of the equation, and no organization wields more power on that front than the American Public Affairs Committee and other similar organizations. They collectively ensure that any attempt to change behavior and or policy with anything even resembling punishment or accountability is met with fierce opposition. A rigged political system serving a foreign government. It's well documented, almost to the point of nausea, that US policymakers endlessly debate how to influence it without using any of the overwhelming power that they have over them, including placing conditions on aid, a standard and very mild punishment in diplomacy deemed unthinkable when it comes to it, largely due to the risk of being or worse, anti-Semitic, a label that has been weaponized to stifle legitimate criticism of that state. It is in fact anti-Semitic to link to Judaism, but that's a conversation for another time.
Yeah.
This has been the status quo for...
Nothing is as anti-Semitic as Zionism, as they say. It is a tribe as effective as any tribe when they were a small thing long time ago.
Decades, and has had a major role in leading us to where we are today. The very tools that...
You're all angry and I'm chilling in IT. Okay, Zetzer. I like how he and Mana has to censor any mention of the... Yeah, I don't want to get banned. The fuck,
could be used to...
Because of them? Hell no.
Pressure it.
Say you have a gun to your head and have to eat shit or you get shot. Is that not freedom? The problem is that the free market system, you have to choose for some work. Or you starve. So that's not freedom. Yeah. Well, what's freedom then? When you get something for doing nothing, thanks, but that's for children. Yeah. If you're disabled and you can't work, do you just starve? Because that's what capitalism does to people who cannot work. If you cannot work and make value for surplus value for the capitalist overlords, you're gonna be relegated into homelessness. Samio just timed out Zetter.
To changing its policies, such as conditioning military aid, sanctions, or military intervention, are employed to reinforce its place in the world, rather than aid the actually oppressed. For instance, the ongoing issue of illegal settlement expansion.
You're too generous. It's too early, Samio, but I guess, you're just too fond of Zetir.
Is only possible because US aid basically supplies the infrastructure and security apparatus that makes these settlements and the occupation as a whole possible.
They even talked about fake ancient castes to prove they always lived there. Researchers only found some poor-ass ancient bonfire. If you're disabled, yeah. Freedom and democracy, just another two buzzwords. Exactly. They don't really mean that, They don't really mean it to its own, like to the essence of it. They don't really mean that shit. Freedom and democracy for whom? The capitalist class. Work or starve is not a choice or freedom. Exactly. Free to die in the streets. Now that's freedom. Exactly, right? Americans are spreading that. America is spreading that brand of freedom everywhere because everybody America intervenes at, the people are starving in the streets. So much for freedom, huh? He literally asked for a timeout. I know. I love working for 5 cents because I obviously have to earn the right to live. Could you give us some more, sir? Please, sir. Like we're that kid, that starving kid. We're like Victorian children begging for scraps. You're gonna freedom from homelessness, freedom from starvation, freedom from jobs insecurity, and get something for doing nothing. Tell that to Elon Musk. Tell that to every billionaire oligarch that don't even step foot into most of their factories. Exactly. Yeah. Elon Musk is like tweaking all day. He do you really think that a man who tweets 60 times a day is making any value himself? Fuck no. Like a janitor is making more value than that motherfucker, okay? Respect to the janitors, by the way,
Discourse around the plan is carefully crafted.
Janitors create more value than Elon Musk, okay?
Mostly by liberal think tanks and liberal media darlings to make Americans identify with citizens, which, given America's own colonial history, is easy to do. The language of
they have a thing or two to learn from Confucianism. It is as far as big from family supposed to am. I wish I could time out Zitter, make him sleep. Yeah, I know, right? We should time him out for like 9 hours so he can go to bed. Can I have some more time out, sir? Please, sir. Actually, it's natural to pay their employees less. How else are they? Let me read that in the Valley Girl accent. Let's not forget that the literal gates of Auschwitz had the words work sets you free, pretending like believing that work is the be all and end all of life is literal Nazi propaganda. Exactly. Actually, it's natural to pay their employees less. How else are they supposed to make profits in the free market? Think about the economy. Won't somebody please think about the economy and the yachts of the billionaires? What if Elon wants his 12th yacht or his 56 baby mama that he needs to do IVF I don't know, do an IVF child with, you know? Who's gonna pay for the IVF, like, clinics, you know? That Boer needs to spread his seed, okay?
Shared values and strategic alliances are euphemisms to mask the underlying reality, ironically.
If you have workers that labor to make you rich, that is literally something for nothing. Pavel's own argument constantly destroys themselves, bless their heart. And that's true. I mean, you can give it a rest, Pavel. Like, you are getting bodied in the chat. But under that assumption, other people are also working for your benefit and well-being as well. Exactly. Like, do you go to the doctor, Pavel? I love working in the coal mines for 2 cents for 8 hours to buy 2 pairs of bananas so that I can feed my family of 4 while I'm still 8 years old. I'm thankful that I live in this system and not starving. I know, right? You go, Victorian child. Go get your freedom. Go get that bag. No, go get that bag, Victorian child. Pale and sick Victorian child. Even the free to be homeless joke is worse than it should be. Where I am, it's literally illegal to be yes, yeah. In the US, it's illegal to become homeless. Like, excuse me, fuck that. Yeah. That is the correct position. You should be mad. Everybody should be mad. Tweets and hide his likes to mommy ASMR post on his own site. Oh yeah, that's true. That's why the likes are hidden now. The poor billionaires, how could I have forgotten? Yeah, I know, right? Don't you care about their 12th yacht? The orcas have been working against them. They're sinking the yacht, so they need more, okay? The orcas are working against them. So, like, poor billionaires, they need their yachts, okay?
Truthful in how share the
Now go make some surplus value for Jeff Bezos.
values really are for both nations of racism and slaughter.
I'm literally doing that now because Amazon is owned, like Twitch is owned by Jeff Bezos. I'm making value for Jeff Bezos.
On the ground. This support has also meant that his behavior hasn't affected its economy until very recently. While it begins to suffer...
We're twerking, we're all, like I said, all the time, we're all twerking for capitalism one way or another. It doesn't matter what your job is. Under this system, you're still twerking.
Limited consequences due to their ongoing genocide of Palestinians, that state stands as the 14th richest so-called country per capita.
Yeah.
Based just on this, without looking at anything else, Americans should be outraged that US aid to the occupation remains so substantial and unconditioned while they themselves suffer without healthcare and shelter.
Yeah.
This level of support is slowly becoming difficult to justify, but it isn't at the level yet to make any real difference. Conveniently overlooked in all this is the fact that the Israeli occupation's actions are fundamentally at odds with the stated values of democracy and human rights that on paper these liberal governments claim to uphold. Meanwhile, their vassal state commits and we're not supposed to blink an eye.
We need the billionaires to buy yachts so the economy can work. Shut the... Who the fuck said that? In the US, it's also illegal to feed the homeless, apparently, which is... That is weird. What the hell? Really? England is one of the first countries to have vagrancy laws, aka laws to force people to work. What the hell? If the oceans can organize against the billionaires, so can we. Exactly. Organize, everyone. In the US, is yeah. Who the fuck was interviewed and like, oh, maybe we should let the billionaires buy their yachts so that the economy can keep working. You know, circulation of money. Money is fake, by the way. Which is fake. Work will make you rich is another illusion made by capitalists so they can get rich on our expense. Exactly. Exactly, Mark. Dude, yeah, okay. It should say other people's work makes you rich. But then they will not agree to work on capitalists. If it makes you feel better, I don't get any ads whatsoever on Twitch. Hell yeah, let's go.
The humanitarian impact of
Because
these
you are
policies has been
subscribed.
devastating. Current reports have only been able to account for a fraction of the likely total death toll. The Lancet recently pointed out that it could be, conservatively, over 186,000 people. They only show the 40,000 number because that's the number of Palestinians that have been identified, an insultingly low figure. These aren't and should
I just read, yeah. Brainworms. Okay, let's not be too harsh though. Maybe Pavel wants to learn something. Trickle down economics. Yes, sir, Mr. Billionaire. Let me drink your piss. Hey, no, none of that shit here. That's for some for a different website. Okay. Two economists walk down the park and they see a pile of shit. One of the economists bet that the other economists eat shit too for $100. The guy ate the shit and accepted the money, and they continue walking down the park. They saw another pile of shit, so one of them has $100 bet that the other guy eat the shit for $100. The guy ate the shit and asked the bettor, "Why did we eat the shit? What do you mean we doubled the What do you mean we doubled the GDP, so it's worth it?" Oh my god. That's such a good, like, what do you call this? Imagery for like what is going on, figure of speech for what is going on in the economy. What even is an economy, you know? It's not quite that. It's not the unfederal level, but many places certainly have state or local laws prohibiting feeding in public places or under certain circumstances. But it's still barbaric as fuck. Yeah, I mean, the fact that these laws exist at all, you know? I mean, that's already like a cause for concern, you know? I've known of a movement called Throw Food, Not Bombs. That's Food Not Bombs, yes. And they have been detained by police for feeding homeless people in the street, yeah. You know what introduced me to radical movements? Food Not Bombs, because I was like, you know, in the hardcore scene. So yeah. That's like I was tagging along with like Food Not Bombs people. I was like, I don't know, how old was I? Pretty young. I was probably like mid-teens or something. At the very least 15 or something. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Analogy. Because I was like, that's a figure of speech, but I can't pinpoint which one. Because my brain is worms right now. Because I literally sat the entire day like just checking like the music video, and I feel like I'm already having like ear fatigue at this point. Like, man, ear fatigue is a real thing, and it affects my cognitive, like it affects my speech as well. It affects my cognitive sharpness, I guess. So, man, I've been staring at the screen all day, so
never be just numbers. But
anyway, I have a new cover now. Yay! It's all worth it. Just quick word about Russian oligarchs in particular. In the 90s, they stole people's factories and resources, and now they tell us how you shouldn't be jealous and work hard to earn like they worked. Also, they often speak about generosity and donations, while the country, after destruction of Soviet medicine, gathers donations for disabled kids through SMS. To SMSs, while those monsters won't throw even a pen. Exactly. This is what's happening in Syria right now, right? They're trying to privatize everything.
Tens.
Syria is getting chopped off even further, you know? Typically, it's local business owners that get together and get ordinances passed That's what happened to the FNB people I knew from Orlando, Florida years ago. They will still allow it in churches or when permitted, but they are basically just adding roadblocks to feeding people as part of the broader sentiment of out of sight, out of mind in regard to homeless people. Yeah. And also, they say like, oh, the presence of homeless people would depreciate the property value. Shut the fuck up. Who gives a shit about your property, bitch? There are people that are starving. Fuck you. Talk about capitalism. Our government will take more than $600 billion to make foreign investors come again. And the worst is our nation's budget is already tight, like really tight. Food, not bombs, the out left pipeline. Actually, the people that I met from FNB are pretty cool, you know? The end should be, we both ate shit and don't make any money. And the other answers, at least we raised GDP by $200. I know, right? Food not bombs have been around forever, like at least since the 90s, yeah. While staring at the screen, I'm edging my eyes, glaring at the wall for 30 hours a day. Why would you do that? The meme, what radicalized you? Empathy, bro. Exactly. Hello, Mama M Media. I mean, if they don't have a place to live, are they people? Oh, God damn.
Of thousands of lives lost.
We're still
families
like
shattered.
9 minutes into like a 50
The US
minutes.
and other liberal governments are accomplices
Let's
in this
continue.
violence, and if the ICC had any teeth or real integrity, there would have been a lot more arrest warrants issued.
Thank you, Hakim.
How did we get here? How did the freedom and democracy ideology find itself supporting a ethno-state in the 21st century? To answer that, we'll go back to the 18th century, and back in the glow of the so-called Enlightenment.
Hell yeah, history time.
It's around this time that liberalism, once a fringe idea, begins to gain traction. As a result, this period is often romanticized by liberals as the dawn of reason, when values such as individual liberty, rule of law, and of course the right to private property became
guy. Fuck you.
the cornerstones of what we call liberalism.
Dusty
It's
powdered
this ideology
wing
which
time,
has shaped most Western so-called democracies as we know them today.
Isn't that also like to hide their like syphilis or some shit?
But the same people who championed these ideals also laid the groundwork for colonialism, chattel slavery,
Hakim book recommendations are goated.
and systemic racism. While it is true the Enlightenment is an 18th century phenomenon, our story really kicks off around 300 years earlier, in 1492. The so-called discovery of America by the Spanish is hailed as an achievement worthy of awe. How you can discover a place already inhabited is left unexplained.
Oh, fuck this. See? Fuck this guy. Fuck that. Fuck colonialism.
But this marks the beginning of Eurocentric institutionalism. This ideology, which predates liberalism, says that all races and peoples are capable of developing.
You're so right, Cyberark. The only good anti-homeless infrastructure is socialistic housing. Exactly.
But only when they have acquired rational institutions through
The wigs were for lies and fleas. Ew! Okay, that's still ew.
a Western civilizing mission.
Fucking take a shower, my dude.
The final form of this idea, codified in the 19th century, says science proves that Europeans are the superior race, culture, and society. Well, isn't that just lucky? Therefore, the subjugation of other cultures and populations in order to civilize them is good, actually. With this superiority complex, global societies outside of Europe were, and still are, cast as backward, unable to progress without the West and its big white man-powered brain. But wait, races? Where did the concept of race come from?
Yeah.
In short, also liberalism. Before the age of colonization, Enlightenment, the modern
Basically, we can blame the libs.
idea of race didn't exist. Race, an arbitrary hierarchy based on supposed biological differences, was purpose-built to justify the brutal, inhumane treatment of non-European peoples in a variety of degrading ways. What may have begun as a way to explain the phenotypic differences between people evolved into a tool for maintaining oppressive racial and colonial violence. Today, this racial classification is part of the foundation for the general exploitation of the global South that persists to this day. Enter John Locke, the father of liberalism.
Yeah.
Locke is famous for his supposedly unique and original advocacy for life, liberty, and property. But while Locke railed against political slavery imposed by absolute monarchies, he had no qualms about the literal enslavement of African peoples. In fact, Locke was directly involved in the transatlantic slave trade, holding investments in the Royal African Company. No points for guessing what they did. Unsurprisingly, Locke's views on indigenous peoples were no less horrifying. He saw them as obstacles to progress, due in part to not understanding complex concepts like property or the value of labor, things indigenous people everywhere had but valued it differently. It's Locke who gives future genocidal maniacs one of the most powerful racist ideas of all time. Lands inhabited by indigenous peoples are vacant, waiting to be claimed by those who can
fuck these people, manifest destiny, bitch. What the
prove it through labor.
It makes me so angry. I hate it. I hate it here. I hate this planet. No, just these people. Just these motherfuckers. I love the planet with the other, with nature and stuff and the indigenous people. I hate these people. I think we should eat the rich houses. Yeah. I learned that frank CFA exists. I realized that colonialism never ends. Yes. It's the 1700s culturally superior Europeans are culturally superior and thus they're afraid of baths. Like my country is full of empathy. Empty houses waiting for fucking tourists to rent them. Fucking tourists, bro. People are starving. Yeah, the Airbnb and shit, right? I was reading about this the other day, yeah. If you are free to work or starve, then you're also free to eat the rich. Liberalism advocates for universal human rights. Problem, slavery is too profitable. Solution, claim some humans aren't human. Exactly.
Since this time, Locke's definition of vacant or uncultivated land has been and is still used as justification for the displacement and extermination of indigenous populations all over the world.
Hello, Tan Blitch. Yes, I'm doing well. We're watching this video about liberalism. I hate racists. I am a racist because those goddamn racists are too fucking loud, stupid cars. Stupid F1 cars. Okay. Freedom and liberty for all. Must be 18. May be prohibited. Not available in all states, yeah.
And as convenient as it would be to blame one person for this, Locke wasn't alone in these views. His ideas were echoed by other prominent thinkers of the time, such as Hugo Grotius and John Stuart Mill.
Ugh.
Grotius, considered the father of international law, provided a framework that justified both slavery and the genocidal practices being carried out in the Americas.
Why does this motherfucker looks like a villain? Like, he looks like a comic book villain. Look at this motherfucker's face. What the hell?
But in legal terms. Mill argued that despotism was a legitimate form of government when dealing with barbarians, but only if the overall goal is so-called progress or improvement.
Yeah, the colonizers are the real barbarians.
Liberty was only applicable to those who were mature enough to handle it and thus have a right to self-governance. You know, mature people, like Europeans, who imploded the world twice over during the past century. The language these men used to talk about non-European peoples during the time, terms like savages and barbarians were common, had deadly staying power. After all, they weren't just insults, they were part of a larger effort to frame non-European societies as inherently inferior, possibly even not human, so that they could claim they needed the all-knowing guiding hand of the West to achieve progress and, eventually, if they're good, civilization. This patronizing and infantilizing racist narrative didn't only justify colonialism for them.
You're so right, he also looks pedo-coded, yeah.
It made it a moral imperative. The Western world didn't just conquer, it convinced itself that it had the duty to do so. Okay, so we see that this ideology is a foundation of embarrassing nonsense. So why was this narrative so convincing to so many? Was it just about economic gain? Getting filthy rich was absolutely a motivating factor, but one of the foundational beliefs of these racists was and is a deep-seated belief in the superiority of the West. But because they cloaked their insane bigotry in the language of liberalism, it was made to seem normal and good. Say what you will about the fickleness of modern liberals, the original thinkers and earliest adopters were true believers that thought they were burdened by the task of bringing rational institutions to uncivilized peoples. It is disturbing to learn just how deeply embedded and foundational racism is to liberalism. Without this foundational racism, How could anybody justify the horrors of colonialism?
Yeah.
Western Europeans, so completely insecure about their place in the world that they had to dream up hierarchies with them on top, had to dehumanize those they were colonizing, and did so with alarming efficiency.
Bro, just look at this. Holy fuck. And all of these territories or these places that they've conquered. And still they can't fucking season their food. Like, why is that? Why is that? Can anybody tell me why is British food so bland? How do you steal everything? All the spices, or you traded spices. But how come you don't know how to use them?
This toxic ideology, paired with advancements in weaponry, such as firearms, allowed European powers to spread like a plague. Not because of any inherent superiority, but because of economically derived jumps in productive capacity that increased productivity and military efficiency.
Because they kept the royal blood pure for so long. Want to stop hating on Katie? No, it's not Katie. Okay, it's when I say the British, I'm thinking about the royal family.
Materialism 101.
There are some really genuinely good oibruvs, you know.
History is long, and the same thing happened essentially by chance and social change in ancient Iraq, in the Far East, amongst the magnificent powers of the Andes, and eventually in Western Europe. Only Europe, however, developed an international institutionalized system.
Western superiority is hilarious. It's thanks to the uncivilized areas that their works were even documented. Superior Western race can't handle spices. Yeah. Britain still thinks the Germans are flying overhead. That's why. Bruh. Hey, hello, brain. Howdy, yeah. Food is culture, and culture comes from working class who couldn't afford the spices. Because they sold it for money, they didn't actually use the spices. That's true. I mean, it's a rhetorical question. We obviously know why. But you know, isn't it funny, right? Like, bro, season your fucking food, though. You know? A little seasoning won't fucking kill you. A little bit of seasoning won't kill you in it, love. In it. A little bit of spice here and there in it. I don't know how they're. Anyway. My question to fellow Brits is why they still have great in the name of the country. Kind of small at the moment. That is true. I guess it's for the namesake, you know. Oh, wait. So, Exy Plexi, are you an Oibruv? You're an Oibruv. Let's go. I mean, I'm sorry that you're an Oibruv. I'm kidding. I'm just fucking with you. Like, you know, the concept of being white change. Yeah, they didn't consider Irish people as white before, okay? So, not like this, like gender, race is a human construct. It's a social construct, okay? So what was considered white like a couple of 100 years ago, you know, like the Irish were not even white, okay? Race is made up and fake and based on vibes. Exactly. Like Italian migrants that got to America. Yeah, the Italians either when they moved to America, the immigrants, they were not considered white. Italians and Irish people. You're put to work in fields with black people and considered similar since they got pretty well along, yeah. Bean on bread, a masterpiece incomprehensible for barbarians. Yeah, I'd rather not. Thank you. No, thank you. You can shove your beans and bread where it doesn't shine. It was Arab Muslim scholars who kept the ancient works of Greece, Rome alive. when Europe was trying to figure out how to write paper. Yeah, that's true, exactly. Also, it was the Arabs that figured out algebra and fucking math, you know? They also did astronomy. The fuck? Then I learned that, yeah. That was your, yeah. That was my poor attempt at being British. The indigenous should have carried anti-British repellent, aka chili pepper spray. They would have won. I know, right? They were too kind. Like, a lot of the indigenous tribe were too kind. They were too sharing, you know? That was their downfall. That was why Columbus even said that, you know, these people are naive as shit, you know? We should make them into our slaves. That was his first instinct. Imagine that motherfucker. Like, oh, see, he saw a group of people who are welcoming and kind, immediately wanting to enslave them. Imagine the kind of brain rot that you would have to, like, just your first instinct to seeing a group of kind, warm people. Yeah, they are my slaves now. They should be my slaves. White is only about English-speaking whites. Duh. Mexican bean on toast. Molletes is good though. Cope harder, Brit bong. And why are you trying to fight the British? I mean, that's not a bad thing, but, like, you know, you don't hurt their feelings. Now, for some reason, this history got lost, and now even those minorities got racist and fell for libertarian fash bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly why, yeah. We can blame racism to libs, to liberalism, basically. Yeah, that's true. Anything is a social construct if you really think about it. The so-called reality is all quarks and shit. And you have a point, you know? Columbus literally scammed a group of indigenous people into giving him most of their supply for winter by predicting an eclipse. Yeah.
In productive capacity that increased productivity and military efficiency.
Compradors or
Materialism
sellouts were a
101.
thing back then.
History is long, and the same thing happened essentially by chance and social change in ancient Iraq, in the Far East, amongst the magnificent powers of the Andes, and eventually in Western Europe. Only Europe, however, developed an international institutionalized system of colonial violence via the steam engine and pig iron.
Yeah.
Back on track in 2 centuries prior, though, sadly, this colonial violence and exposure to diseases from which indigenous people had no immunity allowed European nations to, more easily than ever before, gain control.
See what they did to the indigenous people of the Americas.
Over vast resources and accumulate previously unimaginable amounts of wealth. The reliance on slave labor to provide a decisive advantage in the global economy all but guaranteed extremely high profit rates. The discovery of precious metals in the Americas, the explosion of cash crops, and the conquest of Asian and African territories were all part of this process. A process that Marx famously described as the rosy dawn of capitalist production. The West's appetite for so-called progress by the brutal exploitation and displacement of millions from their land was ravenous. The Caribbean, Central America, South America, various coastal and inland regions of Africa, Asia, and Pacific Islands were all affected by this insatiable drive for resources and wealth. The parallels to modern-day rhetoric are striking.
My respect for the British has dropped to negative levels. I mean, one just needs to read a history book, you know what I mean?
Think about the language used in the so-called War on Terror, for example. Terms like terrorists and rogue states serve a very
Big L. Why'd you even respect them in the first place? I'm kidding.
very similar purpose to savages and barbarians, which are now only used by the old-school lunatics and talking heads. They dehumanize, they create another.
By the way, when we say the British, we say, like, you know, the ruling class as a whole.
They justify intervention for material gain and profit margins.
That's true. A good history book that actually does not, does not glamorize colonialism. Oh, look, our guy. Then this one too. Please read The Wretched of the Earth. It's really important. Oh yeah, this one too. Goated. I need to read the other one.
March
Orientalism.
1814. Topeka, the Horseshoe Bend, present-day Alabama. Future President Andrew Jackson, then a military officer, took 700 militiamen and 600 indigenous allies to attack a camp where Muskogee women and children were sheltering. In the aftermath of this so-called battle, Jackson and his troops stripped the skin off of the bodies of the Muskogee women and children they just slaughtered and used them to make reins for their horses. Jackson justified these incredibly horrific acts of pointless cruelty by saying, in part, how lamentable it is that the path to peace should lead through blood, and over the carcasses of the slain, but it is in the dispensation of that providence which inflicts partial evil to produce general good. Andrew Jackson is still celebrated as an American hero to this day.
This guy, oh my god, why?
Admittedly shocking example is, unfortunately, an accurate portrayal of
Don't forget, the famous Austrian painter was inspired by American dealing with Indians and wanted to make their own Wild West in their Slav lands. I know, right?
how liberal ideology facilitates extreme violence in the name of progress, civilization, freedom, and democracy. But before Andrew Jackson, there was the British Empire, the champion bringers of civilization of the era. The British were colonial pioneers, so we should see how they did things. First off, they were driven by the deeply ingrained racist belief that they alone could, and therefore were morally required to, spread their liberal ideal of progress to the so-called backward peoples of the world. At least on the surface, the real reason was capital accumulation and domination of markets. Second, they sought to dominate both the physical and intellectual landscapes of its colonies, particularly in Asia. British Orientalist scholars like Sir William Jones constructed an image of the
Nobody timed you out, Pavel. You just timed yourself out. I didn't even touch your... Also, it's really pretty disingenuous of you to say that Samio is like, the free speech. No, this is not. We are not a government, sir. This is a Twitch stream. This is a Wendy's. This is not a government. Okay. I could very much not I could very much ban you if I want to. You are a guest at someone's house. If you are a guest in someone's house and you decided to shit all over the furniture, then the person who owns the house has every right to to let you out,
that conveniently reinforce the idea that Europeans, who would have thunk, were a superior race.
Someone is paying you to eat your boss's shit in public like this. Dog, you don't need to twerk for your bosses like that, dog. Why are you bootlicking? You can't, are you getting paid right now? As you speak, are you getting paid to say these things about your bosses? About, capitalism? Because if you're not getting paid, then damn, you are getting exploited. Did you know that? Nobody could pay me to say this shit in public, and you're saying it for free, Bro, you're supposed to lick the boot, not to make a meal out of it. My bosses? No, not. Okay. Who are these mythical people that you're talking about? Because you're inching towards magical thinking. Tell that to the people living paycheck to paycheck. I'm sure they can save enough to become the boot stepping on people's throats. Exactly. You cannot work your way. You cannot just work hard, okay? Like, I'm pretty sure that farmers in rural Indonesia have been working their entire lives. Probably harder than Elon Musk ever did in his entire life. But do they own billions of dollars like Elon Musk does? No, they don't. If you don't like your slave master, just find a different plantation, herder. The oligarchy has minions all over Twitch. I know, right? If you ever want to laugh at the idea of a superior race, look at Trump and Musk. They're darling. I know, right? Oh my god. And look at Asmongold. He proclaimed himself as superior to the Palestinians. That's why he couldn't give a fuck about Palestinian lives. Because he's like, "Oh, we're superior. We're above them anyway. Who gives a shit?" Okay, Asmongold. Cockroach overlord.
These scholars depicted the Orient as exotic, stagnant, and, of course, in desperate need of Western intervention, which, to them, legitimized their despotic rule over these colonized people who were forced to modernize. The Opium Wars in China exemplify both the dangers of liberalism as an ideology.
That's how the world works. The point of being a Marxist is to change how the world works, such that the surplus value does not get taken by one guy anymore, but it's instead democratically distributed to the workers who did the work. Yeah. Like your problem is like you cannot think outside the box. That's your problem. That's skill issue. That's a you problem, my dog. That you can't imagine the world other than the system that we are currently in. Capitalism is an objective and revolutionary improvement over the obscurantism of feudalism. Yeah, but that's like, that's the thing about historical progression, right? You can't just go from feudalism to from feudalism to immediately like automated luxury gay space communism. You can't do that. It's progressive. It's you can't do communism now, basically. I feel like Chad is trying to argue with some NPC, not gonna lie. Or we organize as a society to control the means of production and cut the middleman out who is keeping us impoverished. Liberalism is a mind prison. Dude can't even imagine a better... Yeah, this is exactly, Pavel, you are the exact embodiment of capitalist realism. So...
ideology and the British generally.
I bet you didn't even know that there's a term for it, but there is.
Britain waged 2 wars against China to force the Qing dynasty to open its markets to British opium, which was devastating Chinese society. The First Opium War resulted in the Treaty of Nanking.
Are you proud that you are the embodiment of capitalist realism?
This is the origin of British rule.
Do you love, like, what does, I just want to ask you genuinely, what does capitalism have brought to your life? What do you think? Like, when you look around you, what do you think capitalism brought to your life that you are so defending it with your own, with your own dignity? Why? Don't you want a better world for everyone and not just for the few? Or do you imagine yourself as an inconvenienced, a temporary, an inconvenienced billionaire? Because, you someday when if I work really hard, I will become like my daddy, Elon Musk. Someday when I work hard, I will become like Donald Trump. And it will be so beautiful because we will be both so beautiful. We will be both rich. And we will enjoy being in Trump Tower. You know what I think? I think that would be a really beautiful meeting. Okay. I guess we mean different things by capitalism and communism. What do you mean, dog? You're just literally creating different terms. So what do you mean then? Make your okay, define your things then. Someday, anytime soon, anytime now, I will become the next billionaire like my idol, Donald Trump. He's the best president of the United States of America. And Elon Musk. Capitalism should be a step in humanity progression, and we should really move on to the next step, right? We can't be stuck in capitalism. That's just not dialectical. That's not what happens. It's like trying to get stuck. Being conservative is trying to fight against time. Okay, bitch, you're gonna get left behind. Also, with regards to just leave, as I explained earlier, there are many people who are gunning for your job and are willing to go to work for lower wages, and it's purposely kept way down. That way, known as the Reserve Army of Labor. Yes, that's the Reserve Army of Labor. Can't really find higher paying jobs so easily when you're competing with other unemployed people to be more profitable. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, capitalism, for giving me Elon Musk. Path to Exile, Let's Play, and and his chainsaw juggling on live Argentinian TV. Yeah, that was wild. Like seeing Musk and Milei in the same room, like in the same stage together, looks like Beavis and Butthead. You know, like it's like, man, like. Okay, I'm being insulting too. It's insulting to Beavis and Butthead. They're actually kind of cool. But like lame version of Beavis and Butthead, you know? The really bad version, the fash version of Beavis and Butthead with no redeeming qualities. Mana Trump needs to be purged from existence. Hey, why didn't they fumble and redacted themselves with the chainsaws? I know, right? Current technology makes food in houses so cheap that everyone could have them, but capitalism does not allow it because there needs to be profits. Exactly.
Over Hong Kong, it was ceded in this treaty.
The profit motive is what is killing everyone, you know?
Force China to
it's really the obstacle towards, you know, innovation.
Open 5 ports to British trade and grant special rights to British citizens. The Chinese referred to this era as the Century of Humiliation, during which Western powers imposed a series of unequal treaties on China to exploit its resources and opium-addicted citizens.
Mana, can you say, China, 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 I know China?
The wars were not about free trade or mutual benefit. They were about securing British economic interests through the use of force, at the expense of an entire nation's well-being. Unfortunately, this isn't the worst colonialism the British ever did.
Kill a doctor, save him an apple. Hello, Commissar.
India is definitely in the discussion for most exploited people to ever suffer under British rule. One of the British colonial administration's first moves was to implement liberalizing economic policies, mostly through the destruction or destabilization of indigenous industry capable of outcompeting the British, which devastated the economy, unsurprisingly. Devastated doesn't actually quite capture it, though, because they actually rolled back progress the subcontinent had already made without Western intervention. For example, by following enlightened liberal principles, the British deindustrialized India's textile industry, so British-made clothes could flood the market created by not allowing Indians to make their own clothing.
See that? It's fucked up, you know? We have the best apples here. Eat an apple and you'll never need to see a doctor again. Okay, folks? Listen to me.
This economic collapse predictably impoverished the population, and export policies diverted Indian food supplies to meet the demands of the global market. Policies similar to
Comrade Nikki is thriving. Okay, so that's the problem with her, because she is like upper caste Savarna. So basically in India, right? the caste system is really like on full throttle, right? Okay, so Comrade Nikki is thriving because she is from the upper caste. And on top of that, financially, they're also very well off because of her sisters. Her sisters work in finance. They're basically millionaires.
To those the British had used in Ireland.
So Comrade Nikki is trying to like to go behind their backs, and she's trying to donate money to like her local, you know, movements. But she has to use her own bank account. Like she has to use her Malaysian bank account because all of her Indian bank accounts are controlled by her sisters.
The Great Bengal Famine of 1770 killed an estimated 10 million people as a result of these policies, 1.5% of the world population at the time. To give some perspective, World War II and all its casualties killed a similar rough percentage of the
Yeah, it's basically she's trying to Engels.
total world population.
She's trying to pull an angle, so all good, you know. And also, she's been studying. She's been really improving her art. She used to do like, you know, traditional like painting. And painting on traditional medium like canvas, oil and canvas and stuff like that. But she's I think it was 2 years ago she moved to like digital art, and she's been really improving so much. So she has like a 5-year plan on improving her art. So she's crazy. I love her so much.
Among one of the most heinous
like, you know, I'm surrounded with friends that always want to improve.
massacres in human history, and the UK has never been held to account. Of course, Britain wasn't the only colonization enthusiast in town. Britain went to many places from their tiny island to colonize places.
It's kind of whack how the caste system was less strict before the British arrived. They really just came over and saw that and went, how can we make this even worse? Yeah, exactly.
The continent of Africa is the opposite of that.
Yeah,
Colonizers from many European countries invaded the continent. It was so significant that historians gave it a name, the Scramble for Africa, from the 1880s and ending.
Listen, guys, this famine and this pandemic is not our fault. We're just built different. Shits his own ass. I know, right? I'm gonna head to sleep. I got work tomorrow morning. Enjoy Hakim, y'all. Bye, Tora. Thanks for dropping by.
I wonder why. Again,
Have a good night's
liberalism
sleep.
rushes in to justify more violent subjugation, but in a brand new place. The major powers held what we call the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885, where European powers divided Africa amongst themselves, as if it was already theirs to divide amongst themselves, conducted under the pretense of bringing civilization to the continent. I'm not being repetitive. History is, sadly. The true desire, however, lay in goals of exploiting Africa's vast resources and reserve of cheap labor to fuel Europe's industrialization. Although there are a lot of bad guys in the story, there are few more notorious than King Leopold II in the Congo. Leopold also claimed to be one of those civilizing Africa, but his rule was extremely brutal, even for the time. It of course used forced labor, but also committed many mass atrocities, resulting in the deaths of millions of Congolese. King Leopold II was also interested in the rubber and ivory abundant at the time in the Congo in order to stock up on money. He was likewise fond of souvenirs. These souvenirs were actually 267 Congolese human beings. At the 1897 Brussels World Fair, Leopold showcased these Congolese people as living exhibits, a spectacle for European audiences, all under the guise of spreading civilization. Similar events continued in Western Europe until the late 1950s. As the 20th century dawned, the language of liberalism changed to the form it more or less takes today. Instead of civilizing missions, they are promoting democracy, protecting human rights, and bringing freedom. Yet the methods used to achieve these goals are often indistinguishable from those used by the empires of old. Coercion, violence, and exploitation continue to be the go-to tools for spreading liberalism. Oh, hold on, I suddenly remember what happened in 1914 to stop the scramble for Africa. World War I shuffled geopolitics and left the US as the only world power. The result was the United States taking over as the brave torchbearer of liberalism. During the Spanish-American War, the US claimed to be liberating the Philippines from Spanish rule, only to impose its own colonial regime. The Philippine-American War that followed showcased the ability of the United States to brutally repress resistance.
Damn.
US forces killed hundreds of thousands of Filipinos in the name of bringing democracy and civilization.
God, what the fuck?
Kind of hard to participate in democracy when you're denied the right to live, but I digress.
Civilization is then pillaging and deceiving, yeah. The only white guy who can bring civilization is Sid Meier.
During the Cold War, the US supported numerous authoritarian regimes around the world, from Latin America to Southeast Asia, under the guise of containing communism, which I've talked about before. Democracy.
Yeah, Leopold too, dog. What the I hate that guy. I wish, sometimes I wish that hell is real because I want him to burn there for the rest of eternity. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. If we're equals, why do these indigenous people die to my gun? Yeah. Checkmate, commies. Bros bringing civilization to a continent, but not bringing civilization to my bed. Ew.
See, only when you vote right, of course. Not for the people, but for the Wall Street Journal readers, as a single song goes. Anyways, these US-backed regimes were almost always responsible for gross human rights abuses, such as massacres, genocide, and death squads. They were propped up because they served some esoteric US strategic interest or another. The US-backed coup in Guatemala in 1954, for instance, led to decades of civil war and repression, with tens of thousands of civilians killed. In Indonesia, the US supported the military dictatorship of Suharto, which is responsible for the mass death of up to 1 million people. Liberalism, the paragon of equality and acceptance, has killed more people than any other ideology in history and counting. NATO's intervention in Yugoslavia in 1999 and Libya in 2011.
Okay, Pavel, what is your point? What is your point? Oh my god! Capitalism is so free market, they won't allow people to compete with them. Yeah, exactly. You are deluded if you think that the free market actually exists. Like, that is magical thinking. Do you see the world around you? Are the free markets in the room with us right now? Imps? Is the free market with us in the room right now? The fuck? Let's go to the video. If capitalism is about freedom and not hurting others, then why does it historically lead to colonization and slavery and the genocide of so many non-European groups? Exactly. We're literally watching blurred bodies of indigenous people over here, quote unquote, being conquered by Europeans for what? Primitive accumulation.
11 are a prime example of the iron grip liberalism has on geopolitics. Both interventions were sold as humanitarian efforts to protect civilian populations from oppressive regimes.
What do you mean by free markets? Does it even exist? Okay, give an example of how the free markets are with us today. How is the free market with us today? Please tell me, enlighten me. Because you're just in your head, man. That's not really rooted in reality, though. That's what you like, but that's not what's happening. That's idealism, like pure ideology.
Interestingly, this never stretches to victims of NATO bombing or Palestinians.
Free market probably exists nowhere, but that's what an idea is about. You probably won't reach it, but aiming for it. So how do you do that then? How do you suppose we do that? Yet another L takes day by chatters. I see. Hello, Ultimo Destruct. Yes.
In Yugoslavia, NATO justified
opportune time to talk about the free markets while we're seeing stacks of bodies over here in the video due to fucking liberalism, my guy. What are you? What is your point? Oh my god. Idealism in this scientific Marxist chat. I know, right? So what is your point? So, like, I don't see how that connects to your previous statements. Like, are you like, it's okay for me to lick the boot of my boss because free markets? Is that what you're trying to say? Victorian England was pretty free market. I wouldn't exactly say it was any good for people. Yeah.
Its bombing.
Yeah, exactly. They were free to starve. They were free to like work children to the bone
Campaign by claiming it was necessary to prevent an ethnic cleansing in Kosovo.
until they fucking die of black lung. He gets his freedom from the market. Wait, isn't bro just pulling out the work hard to get rich? Yeah, yes, yeah. Like, if we work hard towards that, exactly how? What is your plan? Who will do that? Who will do that? Genuinely, Pavel, who will do that?
The fact that most atrocities had occurred after the bombing began.
Is anybody in the room working hard for that, to progress to that, towards that goal? No. Nobody nobody among the capitalist overlords want to do that, Pavel.
In Libya, the intervention was justified by the need to protect civilians from
What they want is to generate as much profit as they could at the cost of whatever, you know, even if it's at the cost of human lives. This is the exact same system that you are defending in the chat, that you are dying on a hill on. Like, I don't even know what you're dying on a hill on. Like, what are you talking about?
Gaddafi's evil government. Yet the result was destabilization, misery, the proliferation of armed militias, and a severe humanitarian crisis.
Do you really think you can convince a guy like Pavel to change his mind? No, I don't think so. I think he, like, at this point, you know, he's just saying things. So maybe there's no point in trying to engage with him. I'm not trying, like I said, this stream is for people who are fence sitters, who actually want to be educated. But it seems like Pavel has already made up his mind. So just let him make up his mind. Pavel, there's nothing that we can say that would actually convince you to think otherwise. So let's just end this conversation and let's just agree to disagree. And you can leave the chat, you know? You don't need to be here. Nobody forced you to be here. Oh, look. You don't have a gun to your head to watch my chat, to watch my stream, my guy. You're free to leave.
Crisis. In both cases, rather ironically, the rhetoric of human rights was used to justify actions that led to widespread suffering and death. Once Western geopolitical and economic goals were met, the feigned worry over
free markets when I leave without paying for my groceries. How else am I supposed to make a profit? Okay, have a good time, guys. Well, yes, have a good day to you. Like, why are you even here? Why were you trying to convince us of your ways? We're here to educate people, but you're not here to be educated, but you're here to argue. I can't argue with you. Like I said, you want to argue. I can't argue with you.
The lack of human rights and democracy disappears overnight.
Nah. Like, I'm not even going to ban you. It's
not just military operations, invasions, or bombings. Sometimes all you need is a simple grift to colonize a country. The late 20th century saw the invention of one such crime referred to as the Structural Adjustment Program by the International Monetary Fund and
You mad! You big mad!
World Bank. These programs are forced onto exploited, usually global south countries.
I'm happy! Leave me alone!
Desperate for any assistance. These programs require countries to implement strict, sometimes devastating new...
I came here to understand how communist thinking works, if you're asking. Okay, so now do you now know how we're thinking? But if you're just here to ask about what we think, why are you trying to like justify capitalism? If you're here to get educated, then you should have just not brought it up, you know?
Liberal austerity measures in order to receive these loans in exchange.
You're busy arguing in the chat. You're not watching the video though. You're not learning anything. This is supposed to be for you.
Exchange for the sovereignty. meaning that the unelected IMF and World Bank are allowed to dictate a significant amount of policy for entire countries.
Most funny that half of his arguments are refuted by the same video that we are watching. Exactly. If you could have just watched this, do you want the link? I will give you the link so you can watch it again later. There you go. Watch that later. Had all sorts of chatters like this in Denim's stream yesterday. Yeah, that's why I don't mess with like liberals.
Argentina, for instance, the adoption of structural adjustment programs
I don't
resulted in
mess
widespread
with liberals like on Twitch, especially the liberal political streamers. I don't mess with them because it's the chat would just end up like, you know, getting derailed. It's annoying.
Poverty, unemployment, and social unrest as public services were cut, industries were privatized.
If I had a nickel for every time that happens, I'd have 3 nickels, which is not much, but it's weird. It happens 3 times. Yeah. Bro's the guy on the last row of the class.
And the economy was...
I don't really think like, you know, they're slow or whatever. They're just, you know, that's what indoctrination does to people, you know?
Open to foreign exploitation. In Jamaica, the implementation of structural
I don't think they're incapable of reason. It's just that they were taught from birth, since birth, that's the only thing that can ever exist, you know?
Programs led to the collapse of local industries, increased unemployment, and a rise in poverty, as the country was forced to open its markets to cheap imports from the US and Europe.
And because he relies on fear-based logic, you have to piss him off a little to make sure his amygdala releases the cortisol necessary for his fight or flight to be overridden by a new memory. Might as well change his mind after digesting some info. It takes time. Yeah. That's what growing up under neoliberalism does to exactly.
Impact on Africa.
And I don't hate him for it. Like, I mean, I'm sorry that you're in right now you cannot imagine an alternative, but I hope someday the wisdom will reach you. But at the moment, we do not. I do not wish to engage any further because there's no point. We're on an impasse. You don't want to listen to what we have to say, and I don't want to listen. I don't want to like be convinced of your arguments because they're wrong. I think they're wrong.
These neoliberal policies continues to be particularly problematic. Newly independent countries were forced to open their economies.
Based on nickname Pavel, I'd suggest he lives in Russia or post-USSR. Yeah, I guess. There's so many of them.
To foreign corporations.
Some Russian guy on VK called me a Satanist for promoting the Soviets. So get a load of this guy. I was called a Satanist. Yeah. That was really funny though. I was entertained. There is a reason for everybody's thinking and childhood and teen teaching and situation really makes your thinking restricted. Yeah, that's what. There is a reason for everybody thinking. Hold on. Are there any Marxist thinkers left in modern Russia? There are lots. The way the brain works is diabolical. In the state of constant struggle for survival, we have a hard time forming memories because our bodies will pump blood to vital organs and deprive the neocortex like we are being chased by a bear. Ah, yes. Capitalist sycophants have internalized the threat of homelessness and starvation to the point that they have handicapped their ability to reason. That's why so many of them wake up when something finally happened to them. Yeah. Because they always have this delusion, like a gambler's mindset, right? Like, oh, it's not gonna happen to me, it happened to them, but it's not gonna happen to me. Of course not, until it happens to them, because they don't really exactly have the same tax bracket as Jeff Bezos, The apple hat. Clearly, I look like I worship Satan, of course. Even my music worships Satan, apparently. Is a Satanist, and Takchimana is a Satanist, and she definitely should visit Lenin's ziggurat to feed on the dark energy. I know, right? Lenin's ziggurat. God, they call it Satanist, a person with lots of pentagrams in the aesthetic that do metal covers, being called a Satanist for supporting USSR out of. I know, right? Like, if they called me a Satanist for like all the pentagrams and shit, like the demon bullshit that I do for my music video and like actually my metal music, I would have understood. But then like, oh, you are a Satanist for supporting the Soviets, huh? What the fuck have you? What the fuck are you huffing on, bro? Can I get some? Man, you're a communist. Communists are all antichrist envoys, and you make metal music, and that music sounds like sounds in hell. Sinners are being tortured to it, so that makes you Satan times 2. And yeah, lots of nationalist Russian types looking goofy when you tell them the CPRF was who Putin sided with in supporting the DPR and LPR. Yeah. She following the farmer. That was me on the VK, same guy. I was a fan of yours for a long time, but then realized you're a Marxist. Okay. Oh, that was you. Oh my God. Hey. Hello. He's the guy who called me a Satanist. Welcome. You were a fan of me until you realized that I'm a you were listening to Satan music. Woo! You were listening to demon music. You're gonna go to hell for that. Start praying to your God. Until you realize it. You bet you didn't know that Marxists are actually talented people. I'm kidding. I'm just memeing. Like, you know what? Live your best life. Another reason to block me. I'm not gonna block you here on Twitch. I'm just baffled how you're still on here. I don't know. Live your best life, dog. Enjoy your I don't know, your holy life. So your nation is fighting the second great patriotic war for all intents and purposes, and you hate the people who wanted to protect said Russians and think they're evil or whatever, deeply unserious. I know, right? Yeah, the moment that he said like, oh, the Soviet, nah, you're a disgrace to your grandparents, dog. It's just so nice to spend time with you guys. Are you lonely? Oh my God, dog. Subconsciously, they're already started their arc towards Stalinism. The feeling is mutual. Okay, all right, let's enjoy the video in that case.
Who then would proceed to steal the country's resources and wrote their economic policies for the benefit.
I'm not enjoying it. I'm getting progressively mad.
Benefit of the former colonizers, who continue in the same.
Whenever I get reminded of these things about, liberalism, colonialism,
trend, though,
I'm getting progressively mad.
Privatization of public assets, ending most or all welfare programs.
Free market had no place for friends. Really and truly thought this was Chat GPT bot spamming, not even DeepSeek level.
And liberalization of trade deepened poverty and inequality across the continent.
I guess we can say he's a Russian bot. Like I too was accused of being a Russian bot before, so. Hi,
this is in stark
Hello,
contrast
Momo
to
guy.
the path many Western European and North American.
Did you check out my new cover? It's gonna be out soon.
American nations took, in which they were heavily protectionist. Rules for me, not for thee, or the other way around, I guess.
I wish the arguments would be better. Friends are paid extra option in the free market. I don't understand. Are you a business owner, Pavel? Because like, if you are, then I guess you have to protect your self-interest, you know?
In Zambia, the privatization.
Did you know that Jesus is a socialist? Did you know that I'm not sure. Have you read the Bible at all? If you are a Christian, then you know. You have to know, right? You have to know that Jesus healed the sick for free. Jesus fed the hungry for free. What does that make? What does that make him? You're fakes. I'm Russian by. Hello, Sinvi. I was once told to shove that Z propaganda up your ass. Oh my god. Biblican Christian was hella communist, so I don't get the Antichrist accusation as commies get. I know, right? We had like mystical god powers without it, I'm sure it's a lot harder to do so. I know. The Russians are magical. Hey comrades, I'm going to an org thing today. Hello Tiberius. Good luck with your org thing. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for someone who is rich to enter the kingdom of God. Exactly. How do mega pastors like twist that shit into like, okay, then that means God wants me to have a private jet, more mansions for me, because I'm being rewarded by God, being ordained by God himself. Oh my God. Okay. I don't get it. How did they take that and twist that narrative into them, the God like wanting them to get more and more. Like, wouldn't reading the Bible make them sell all their possessions if they're right? Didn't Jesus say that I want you to sell all your possessions? If you want to follow me, sell all your fucking possessions, bitch. Why is nobody no fucking Christian is in a mega church is doing that? What happened to these mega pastors? They're just, no, that means God wants me to buy a second private jet, a second vacation house in France. God is telling you, my followers, to fund my 11th yacht. Yeah, my 10th yacht was sunk by the fucking orcas, so I need my 11th yacht. Psychic AoE hazard is great. Jesus be the guy who whipped and kicked the usurers and money lenders out of the temple. Literally, the only time he lost his... Yeah! He resorted to violence. He literally used violence to drive out those motherfuckers. The corrupt. He drove the corrupt out of his temple through violence. Jesus resorted to violence. But those random shit too, like there are some random things that Jesus does. Like there's like this fig tree, right? And he wanted some fig tree, so he wanted to eat figs, but the fig tree was not producing some fruits, and he was just like, "You're gonna die because you're not producing fruits." Like, damn, maybe it's not in season, Jesus. What the fuck? He pulled a Karen on a fig tree. Like, he literally killed a fig tree because it was not producing anything. I know it was a parable, but like, damn, Jesus, he has no chill. Even the trees, like, got caught in the crossfire. Ruga's villain, the preacher in me, is always thrilled when my fellow commies claim him. Right? Wait, you were a preacher? Wait. That's a lore. Ruga's villain, you were a preacher? Or wait, you're still a preacher. Are you still a preacher? It makes Jesus a charity man, not a communist. Oh, get a load of this guy. Get a load of this guy. I'm using white people stuff so that I don't get banned on Twitch. Get a load of this guy. I love that banger. See, the use of force, that's the difference between communism and charity. Jesus used violence. Gotta check that. Sounds super wrong. Shut the fuck up. You don't even know your own Bible, bitch. The hell? Hey, listen to this. John 2:15-17. So Jesus found some cords and made them into a whip. He drove out every one of them and their animals from the courtyard of the temple, and he kicked over their tables filled with money, scattering it everywhere. He did a table flip, okay? And he told the merchants, "Get out, get these things out of here." You don't know your own Bible, bitch. What the fuck? What? Even I know this because I, you know why? Because I studied theology, motherfucker. Get checked. You're lying. You don't even know your faith. You don't even know your own Bible, bitch. No, because I studied theology too. I took some theology classes along with philosophy classes back in college because I don't know, I just wanted to know, you know? I was a curious being, okay? I took a lot of classes because I was bored. I was in college, okay? And what better way to make use of my education, since my parents sent me to a good university, I might as well. You know? So I was I took theology classes for fun. You don't even know your own Bible. Though I'm a Buddhist who respects teachings of Christianity. Oh, but why were you telling me? Now you're backpedaling. You were like, "Oh, sounds wrong." Yeah, because you don't know shit. Okay. That's okay. This is your last. I'm not going to tolerate this anymore. You had your chance, man. You're just trolling at this point. Now you're just moving goalposts. Goodbye, Pavel. Enjoy hell. Like literally, do not challenge me with anything that has to do with the fucking. I studied theology too, bitch. The fuck do you mean? Now this is what, okay, I'm demonstrating that's a bad faith. That's how it ends. When someone is engaging in bad faith, that's how it ends, you know? Respecting the teachings of Christianity without knowing it. Yeah, exactly. How do you know that how do you respect? How can you tell me that you respect the teachings of Christianity when you don't even know the fucking Bible, bitch? Mine didn't just study, seem like I did learn. I did apply that in my life. Even though I'm an atheist. So yeah, don't come for me with that shit because I will fucking check your ass. An anonymous gifter. Hello, anonymous gifter. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Wednesday. And also, who's that? Who's the other one? Wait, I missed the other gifter. I'm sorry. I was so fired up. But thank you for the gifters. Oh wait, yeah. Per Tenebras, thank you for continuing to subscribe. And also Tedalonius, thank you. I guess bro was just lonely, right? He just went to Arga. Like I said, I don't want to Arga. Now I'm mad. What the fuck? Cause literally, do not like, oh, sounds wrong. What do you mean, bro? So I had to give him the fucking Bible verse. We need to ask the real question. Which sect of Christianity has the best music? I don't know. I guess like the Protestants were bangers. Like they had like banger gospel music, you know? But then again, like under the Protestantism has a lot of like branches. So I don't know, particularly maybe the Baptist. I don't know, but the ones with the banger gospel songs. Okay. Now you mad, you big now. Yes, I'm big mad because please do not do this. Please do not like say some shit that can be easily disproved. Please. Yeah, we tried. I mean, I know you guys in the chat tried to reason with him, but he just really want to argue, you know, I guess.
Of the compromise, a key source of national revenue, led to massive job losses and a decline in social services as the profits from the mines were siphoned off.
But see, this is what angers me about like also like a lot of Christians. They don't even know their fucking Bible. Like I know that guy said that he was Buddhist, but he said, "Oh, I respect Christianity teaching," but doesn't even know that came from the Bible. The fuck? Shut the fuck up. You don't know shit. Grew up Mormon and went through a phase of deconstructing the Bible and Mormon theology. I'm good at reading it again. I've spent too long reading the Bible and Mormon texts. Damn, I'm glad that you got out from that cult. Holy shit. As someone that has said I love all music, I haven't heard and gospel music that I've enjoyed. Really? What? Gospel music are bangers though. Jesus and his homies, when the temple dropped the next banger, right? You don't reason with someone who's getting paid 15 rubles per comment. That's what a pleasant surprise, comrade. Yeah. At least you read your scriptures like. Yeah, I know. I know, right? At least you should read your scriptures, my God. Why would you even swear on a Bible if you haven't even read it? Like, I doubt Trump read the Bible at all. Because if he did, he would hate Jesus. I know Trump would hate Jesus. These motherfuckers would hate Jesus. Because Jesus loved doing shit for free. Jesus doesn't have a profit motive. He's not a businessman, you know? Like, can you believe this guy was like saying, oh, Jesus was a charity man. A charity man. Not a communist. Shut the fuck up. Jesus was a charity man. Ooh.
Off by
Did he donate billions to like the Bill Gates Foundation?
Corporations. The legacy of these policies can still be seen today, as many African
philanthropy
countries struggle with artificial debt, economic instability, and underdevelopment following centuries of colonialism. The International Criminal Court established to hold leaders accountable for war crimes and atrocities.
But he did have a profit motive. That is true, because he was a prophet. No, he was not a prophet. I mean, for the Christians, he was not. He was the son of God. But like for you know, for people of the Islamic faith, they say Jesus was a prophet. So I mean, if you're counting impending doom, then fine. Yeah, I love the gospel. I mean, Jesus was a literal illegal immigrant, poor, non-white, and shit. Yeah, he was literally born in Bethlehem. Where's Bethlehem now, geographically? Where, imps? Where is Bethlehem geographically? He was born in Palestine. Jesus was a Palestinian. Oh my God, I thought you said he was a prophet. He was a prophet. Prophet. Not a prophet. Republican Jesus is just different. That the Republican Jesus is like a Nordic man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Free watermelonia. Wait, where the fuck is the video? There you go.
Has disproportionately targeted African leaders and other non-Western allied countries, while Western leaders and their most special allies responsible for similar crimes have often escaped anything
Now my grandpa's gonna X me when I said Jesus wasn't white.
even
Well,
smelling
he wasn't
like
white.
justice. The case of Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir, indicted by the ICC for crimes in Darfur, is a perfect example of this disparity. While al-Bashir was held accountable for his actions, far worse crimes
Yeah, he wasn't born from a traditional family. Like, his mom was literally a child bride.
committed by Western-backed leaders like Yoweri Museveni of Uganda and Paul Kagame of Rwanda were largely ignored. Museveni and Kagame, despite their involvement in significant crimes against humanity and genocide, were part of the super special group of Western
I was at a pro-Palestinian protest in Texas, and a conservative pro-Israel American drove past us, and we shouted, "Jesus was a Palestinian," and they got so mad. But that's true, though. Whites were living in the fucking forest of Germany.
allies that gets to have their actions excused because they align with Western interests. This selective justice is not just a product of institutional bias, an outgrowth of Western-founded institutions, but reflects liberalism's cold truth. Anything hegemon wants, hegemon gets. Sounds a lot like monarchy, doesn't it? And where has the so-called Fourth Estate, the noble journalists, been during all of this? Have they been speaking truth to power, holding leaders accountable? No. More often than not, the liberal media machine frequently acts as a mouthpiece for these liberal governments and carries weight for their various atrocities. The easiest example I can point to is the run-up to the 2003 Iraq War. The US media parroted the Bush regime's justification for the illegal, unprovoked invasion, while significantly downplaying the threat to innocent civilians and amplifying the lies the US government was peddling to the entire world. Even after the invasion, the media continued to focus on the shortcomings of Iraq's defunct regime rather than the ongoing atrocities committed by US forces, with new revelations coming out even now.
Yeah, Africa is not poor. It's underdeveloped. Yeah, exactly.
Pattern of selective outrage and selective justice is not unique to the US or its allies. It is a feature of liberalism, not
Man,
a
I
bug.
hate CNN. Yeah, fuck
As
that
we look
guy.
around the world today, we're seeing the same
Fuck
patterns
that guy who owns CNN.
repeating themselves. Same justifications, same atrocities, only the names change. The legacy of colonialism isn't just history, it's also the present. On the surface, liberalism seems to be the antithesis of authoritarianism. Yet beneath the thin surface of noble-sounding slogans lies an undeniable and historically consistent fact. The liberal state, in its quest to maintain order for the economic ruling class and to protect property, resorts to authoritarian measures that make their professed commitment to freedom and democracy pretty hollow. Throughout the 19th century, European liberal regimes used force to suppress working-class movements and maintain their control, demonstrating how the promise of political freedom was frequently undermined by the need to protect the economic interests of the ruling class. Such contradictions within liberalism represent the first cracks in its foundation, cracks that would widen dramatically in the face of the crises of the early 20th century. The First World War, the Great Depression, and the Second World War created a highly charged environment where radical ideologies of all
Africa was never poor, yeah. Luigi the CEO. Actually, the quote is not, it's underdeveloped, it's overexploited.
kinds gained popularity, such as communism. But as the left rises, so the right rises to meet it. Enter fascism. The ingredients for fascism proper were practiced in different ways throughout the 18th and 19th centuries all over Europe, particularly by European colonial powers on their subjects. Conditions created by these consecutive crises allowed fascism to flourish, which was, in many ways, a reaction to the failures of liberalism, which promised to restore stability and national pride. So as the liberal states of Europe struggled to cope with these decades of upheaval, they began to rely more and more on authoritarian measures to maintain order, exposing the hollowness of their promises, which made the fascists' more overt authoritarianism appear equally legitimate to many. More egregiously, when the power of the economic ruling class was actually threatened, liberals always and without exception rushed to ally with fascist forces against the left. It happened in Weimar Germany, it happened just now in France. To fully understand how liberalism enables fascism, we need to examine Mussolini's Italy and Nazi Germany, two of the most striking examples of liberalism's failures directly contributing to the
as I mentioned before watching this video,
rise of fascist regimes. Germany's Weimar Republic, a liberal democracy established in the aftermath of World War I, was created in a moment when the country was on the verge of total political collapse. The Treaty of Versailles saddled the country with war reparation payments that left the country broke. The massively powerful far left was systematically suppressed and kept out of power, further deepening the crisis as the liberals stood only to serve their own class interests, as usual. They didn't have any real solutions otherwise. Well, they did. They just served the interests of the ruling class. The Great Depression gripped the world, and the Weimar Republic's inability to address the economic collapse further eroded public confidence in liberal democracy. Unemployment soared, and the middle class found itself destitute and disillusioned. This economic and social turmoil would be weaponized by Hitler and the Nazis to gain support and demonize their enemies. All this led many Germans to lose faith in this liberal experiment. This loss of faith helped facilitate the rise of the Nazis with their grand promises of national revival and law and order to gain support. Meanwhile, the liberal emphasis on individualism led to a fragmented society where collective action became increasingly difficult, especially after the left was systematically kept out of power. At every turn, liberalism either stumbled into or directly aided the rise of fascism. Hitler's rise to power was not the result of popular support, it was facilitated by conservative and nationalist elites who viewed him as a bulwark against socialism and a tool to restore order. German industrialists, who had benefited from the liberal economic policies of the 1920s, saw in Hitler a means to protect their interests and stave off the threat of communism. German businessmen placed their faith first in Chancellor Brüning and then in General Schleicher, hoping they could salvage something from the aftermath. When the hopes were dashed, many turned to Hitler, who promised to protect their status, wealth, and private property, even as he dismantled the liberal democratic institutions that provided that wealth in the first place. The relationship between German business and the Nazi regime was indicative of how quickly liberal allegiance to capital led them to work with or even support the Nazis. Their initial wariness of the Nazis was resolved once they started profiting from the regime's policies. The intertwining of profits, politics, and technology in Nazi Germany was nowhere more evident than in the case of IG Farben. The chemical company, which became deeply involved in the regime's plans for rearmament and extermination of the undesirables, had become one of the largest private companies in the world. Their collaboration with the Nazis
there we go. Why? Why do they side with the fash? Because of this. Because of that one.
Led to a majority of their wealth and success being directly tied to the Nazi state. The massive rearmament programs of the late 1930s also included well-known car companies like Daimler-Benz and BMW. These companies became integral to the war effort by producing military vehicles and aircraft engines. Business collaboration with the Nazis wasn't confined to domestic firms either. This collaboration extended over the Atlantic Ocean to the United States, where IBM is headquartered. IBM produced technology that was used to manage logistics and ultimately facilitate the Holocaust. Their punch card machines were integral to the Nazis' ability to process vast amounts of data, including tracking Jews and other targeted groups for extermination. This cooperation was done with the full support of IBM leadership. In fact, the CEO at the time, Thomas Watson, actively sought to expand his business in Nazi Germany despite full knowledge of the regime's brutal, genocidal policies and rhetoric. What were the liberal intellectuals and cultural elites in Nazi Germany doing? Were they standing up against this oppressive regime? Did one of their leading newspapers change its tagline to "Democracy dies in darkness"? No, quite the contrary, actually. German intellectuals like Carl Schmitt played a pivotal role in legitimizing the Nazi regime's destruction of Weimar's so-called democratic institutions in the eyes of the public. Schmitt had been a critic of the Weimar government and provided the ideological framework and justification for the dismantling of Weimar's liberal democratic institutions, emphasizing the need for a strong, centralized authority. Now let's turn from the most notorious fascist regime to the birthplace of modern fascism, post-World War I Italy.
Yeah.
It was, much like Germany at the time, a nation in chaos. The liberal constitutional monarchy was completely unable to address the economic crises, nor the growing anger among the working class. The far left was systematically suppressed. Again. Predictably, the Italian state increasingly relied on regular Italian military and paramilitary groups, such as the fascist Black Shirts led by Benito Mussolini, to maintain order. They were employed to, among other things, crush socialist movements and restore law and order. Mussolini, LARPing as a self-styled Roman general, marched on Rome in 1922 and conducted the least dramatic coup of a liberal government, maybe ever.
Yeah.
This was due in part to the fact that it had all but lost the will to govern effectively. King Victor Emmanuel III, under pressure from liberal elites and entirely too old to fight back, feared a socialist revolution more than a fascist coup. He handed power to Mussolini, legitimizing fascism on the world stage, yet again, within the bounds of liberalism. This decision was not an isolated incident, but as with Hitler in Germany, a pattern of behavior firmly rooted in liberal ideology. Faced with an existential crisis, liberal governments choose to ally with or appease fascist movements to preserve the status quo, to preserve the interests of capital. Once in power, Mussolini wasted no time in dismantling Italy's democratic institutions. He censored the press, imprisoned or exiled political opponents, and evaded all public and private life.
My God, this is such an ugly sculpture.
Ally with or
Why
appease
did
fascist
anyone think
movements
that
to
was a
preserve
good
the status
idea?
quo, to preserve the interests of capital. Once in power, Mussolini wasted no time in dismantling Italy's democratic institutions. He censored the press, imprisoned or exiled
Since its inception, a country built on international slave trade was bound to slide into fascism. That's true. This we're headed in the U.S. Yeah, who cares if liberalism claims to value human rights and universal freedom when in concrete acts it enslaves others, creates scientific racism, and sides with fascism. Exactly. It doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck what they're saying. I love how all said in the video is just a basis and obvious to us, but some people get really surprised that and say they didn't look at it from that angle. Yeah, this is why it's important for us to discuss these things in public,
political opponents.
Because if it's just us in a forum, it's not gonna be open to other people who have never known otherwise. They were not educated or didn't have any access to or the tools to even vet information, right? To make analysis of information.
And evaded
where to look for, what to look for,
all public and private life. The consequences of Mussolini's rule were not only felt in the restriction of political freedoms, but also in the entrenchment of authoritarianism in society. The regime's policies reinforced the position of the wealthy and the powerful and worsened existing social inequalities, while crushing.
Oh yeah, Antifa Grilli is Italian, but poster said vote or it communism will be your master, will rule you. Oh God.
Any and all.
It literally is every accusation is a fucking confession for the fascist,
Opposition from the left. Just as in Germany,
they're all identical. What the Jizzy is doing right now is the same exact thing. They just accuse you of whatever the fuck they're doing.
Intellectuals and cultural figures who became disillusioned with the failures of liberal democracy as they saw it, enthusiastically supported the fascists. Italian philosopher.
Whoa, that giant face, the face of communism oppressing my freedoms? No. That Mussolini face is such a meme. I love it. No, it's the giant face of Mussolini watching you masturbate. See. By the way, how easy kings ally themselves with fascists. It was in Italy, Spain, and Romania for exactly, right? He would rather hand it over to fascists than the socialists. Fuck these motherfuckers.
Giovanni Gentile,
they deserve their fate.
Once a staunch liberal, became one of Mussolini's most prominent intellectual allies and expressed a vision of the state that was in direct opposition to liberal ideas.
Why do these motherfuckers have this? They have the Kentucky Fried Chicken looking ass beard
of individual rights, freedom of the press, etc.
Was his name Colonel Sanders? Was it?
This philosophy placed the state over the individual, providing a homegrown veneer of intellectual credibility to the otherwise.
I can't believe that Mussolini propaganda picture is real. I always thought it was a fake or made to mock fascism. I thought it was Photoshop before, but it was actually real. All Italy got from Mussolini was their country in ruins and occupied, and hundreds of thousands dead. Exactly. Plus, even even when something is obvious, it's good to understand the historical support of for the realization. Exactly. That's why I brought up historical, like, the historical context first, and then now Hakim is like giving us more examples, right?
Empty ideology that fascism is. Even the arts and culture betrayed their precious liberal values in both Italy and Germany. Artists and writers alike fell victim to the enticing, magical promises of their respective fascist leaders because they were disillusioned with a liberal order that had completely failed them. Socialism was the ultimate heresy, and seeking hegemonic class interests, they found in fascism a new source of inspiration and pride.
Look into Mussolini's eyes while he watches you masturbate. Establish dominance. Not true. They got a very beautiful adornment in Plaza Loreto. Okay, I mean, I agree. Mussolini always had such goofy photos of himself. It's a colonizer beard at this point. That's true. Colonel Sanders and Trotsky are the same person. Change my mind. Nobody's trying to change their mind. We kind of agree. Hogs have always existed. Colonel Sanders is not real. Stop spreading the lies. It's obviously Trotsky trying to make some cash on this side to sell some chimkin, He wanted to sell some chimkin so that he can publish his newspapers. What do you mean he got good railway from... They got good railway from Mussolini. No, Mussolini low-key mocked himself with those goofy-ass poster statues. But how long have they been cranked for? American liberals are hyper-reaction. They are. Yeah, that's why... Liberals
The
are
Nazi
not
regime's
our friends.
promotion of a distinctively Germanic culture, whatever that was, free from the multiculturalism and individualism of the liberal Weimar era, was attractive to those who sought to reclaim a lost, mythical national identity. If this is sounding familiar to things being said by conservative liberals and their fascist friends, that's because fascism has been on the rise across the world, and oddly enough, it's happening in places with liberal, not leftist governments.
The swastika.
By now, it should be clear that while fascism is indeed a threat to be taken very seriously, it's extremely important to understand this. When liberalism, and by extension capitalism, finds itself threatened by crises, it will always, sometimes reluctantly, sometimes enthusiastically, cling to fascism, believing that nothing the fascists could do could ever be worse than what the left would do if it took power. This is because the left would remove all the elites from their pedestals and force them to live like regular people. The fear of losing power over others, and, more importantly, losing capital, is the sign of the severe insecurity of liberalism. Europe only broke with its bewitchment with fascism when the writing was on the wall. Communism is rapidly approaching, and we need to rehabilitate the old enemy to fight the new. As General Zhukov said,
I personally love how Mussolini makes his lips look. He is always taste testing the air like some wine snob. What? Every time I see Mussolini, I have the urge to flip my monitor upside down, right? Exactly. My bad, Italians, but the 20th century Italian military history is caca. White libs talk about Asiatic hordes and brainwashing, and then they go and embrace the fascist strongmen and the first sign of first sign of hardship. Right? And it's still true today. Separate the terms liberal and the left, yeah. Definitely, the left do not claim the libs. I had a cousin move to Italy 20 years ago, and that's what she told me when I asked her what people in Italy thought of Mussolini. Yeah. Our instruction system is still based on the FASH model. Same goes for some laws, especially ones Mussolini made with the Pope. Yeah. My favorite piece of information is that the last emperor of China had to pay to visit his old palace under the control of the Communist Party of China. Good! That's good! Every single time Western libs sees something uniquely Western lib. What are we, some kind of Asians? Oh, I get it. That's basically a meme that trains always were right on cue. A lie, though. Yeah. Not only the 20th, remember how they lost to literal spear-wielding Ethiopians? Hilarious. Hello, Menanu.
We have liberated Europe from fascism, but they will never forgive us for it. What of the Holocaust and concentration camps? The West, rife with its concentration camps for Libyans, Cherokees, and Namibians, were suddenly reminded of its liberal ideals and came to the conclusion that the Jews of Europe were, in fact, oh my, white, and hence the crimes were reprehensible. No such remembrance or atonement has been made for any other population based on nothing more than racialized hierarchies made up by the same diseased minds. We need to atone because they were white. The Libyans, Cherokees, and Namibians were not.
Yep. Again, a beautiful book. Beautiful recommendation. Thank you so much, Hakim.
Liberalism is a death cult. But how? Simply, it's the liberal dedication to and obsession with capitalism. Liberalism refuses to operate or tolerate any...
Like Pavel. Like, he really refuses to see historical realities because of whatever he has in his mind, you know? Like, just like the lib that's like, you know, putting their ears, their finger in their ears and saying la 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 la, didn't hear you, la la la, freedom, democracy, free markets, la 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 la, you know?
Other economic system.
They're just all
this
that,
creates the death cult. Liberalism needs to convert everyone else to their system, often violently, and use the thin bringing democracy excuse to do so. It doesn't bring democracy, of course. What they really bring is capitalism, and a capitalism that specifically benefits them solely.
Holocaust remembrance is always centered on Jewish people to justify Israel's existence when Slavs and Romanis were also major victims, right? The G word is a slur, and preferred term is Romani. Yes, that's why I didn't read the G word, yeah. I love being a consumer whore too. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't know that, so now you know.
The rule-based order. This form of capitalism allows foreign capital to render most of the control of the resources of a country in the hands of unelected foreign corporations, or worse, even individual billionaires. Imperial capitalism is the modern, non-military way the West colonizes countries today. In 2011, Greece became a victim of neoliberal austerity policy terrorism, for lack of a better term. Put yours in the comments. And provides us with a good example to analyze. The country had spiraled into economic collapse because of capitalism, remember? So, being clearly in need, the European Union, of which Greece is a member, and the International Monetary Fund imposed severe austerity policies they claimed were to stabilize Greece's economy. And if you've been paying attention or have just watched my channel, then the rest of this info will be unsurprising. As soon as these insane policies were implemented, Greece plunged deeper into crisis. It also, conveniently for the IMF, saddled Greece with a debt they can't possibly pay back on the terms agreed to. But Greece was vulnerable and desperate, so of course they took it. The austerity package slashed the public sector from 53% of GDP to 44% in just 6 years.
Fucking austerity.
This wasn't just about tightening the belt. It meant mass layoffs, brutal cuts to public spending, and a fire sale of state assets at the worst possible moment, with airports, ports, and motorways sold off to the highest bidder. Youth unemployment soared to 26%, an entire generation left with little to no hope for their future. The new policy stifled growth for 5 years, which worsened the recession. The need for, ironically, additional government bailouts soared as banks and businesses continued to fail. Greece's plight wasn't an isolated incident, but part of a broader pattern that played out across Europe. For example, in Portugal, the national debt ballooned from 62% of GDP in 2006 to 108% by 2012. Ireland had a similar experience and watched its net debt to GDP ratio explode from 25% in 2007 to 106% by 2012. Spain, you guessed it, had a bad time too.
Yeah.
Triggered by a massive housing bubble, property prices rose by a ridiculous 115% between 1997 and 2007. This sent unemployment from 8% to 25% within 3 years and pushed youth unemployment to a staggering 52% by mid-2012. These aren't just statistics, they're a damning indictment of a system that prioritizes capital over people. The austerity measures imposed across...
Yeah, remember that? Capital over people. Like, I think Pavel really just wanted to, like, He just doesn't understand capitalism, I think. He probably just wanted, like all liberals are, right? They just kind of like, oh, but I want this, like, for humanity, freedom, democracy. But you don't, like, it's all connected to you know, to political economy. You can't, it's not detached. We don't live in a fucking silo. Okay? You can't just, like, freedom your way out of anything because, you know, you're under a fucking oppressive economic base. It's just kind of just like create their own fantasy world where free markets exist. Really sad. God, Italy on the Second Ethiopian War was such a fucking loser using gas. I know, let's do a contemporary jazz dance choreography to protest fascism. It'll work this time. For sure. I'm good, Deidre. Pity to hear that. G word is just normal word on my side of the world. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, when there's new information, like, before a lot of people used to use the N word. But we all know that we can't use that, right? So let's also update our terminologies, you know? Yeah. Like, just because it's popular in your country, you know.
Across Europe were never truly about the economic recovery. They are about ensuring
What fucking freedom are you talking about when you live in a society? One person's freedoms and end where another's start. Exactly. If you want to be completely free, you should live alone on a remote piece of island. And if you live in a society, you have to choose what freedoms you get and what are you stripped from. Yeah.
that international creditors got their pound of flesh, regardless of the human cost.
It's crazy how normalized the racism against Romani people is. Yeah, exactly. The N word is used nowadays too, though. Like, yeah, used by fucking racists. What do you mean? And also the people who reclaim the term, and it's for them to use. It's not racist because it's theirs. They reclaimed it. But only the people from that group can use it. Do you get what I mean? Oh my god, people are in the chat are confused. The G word is a slur for Romani, not Italians. We're talking about the Romani people. Because some people are still using the G word, the GYP, you know? So let's not use that. It's an equivalent to the N word. Like, it's really easy to not use that, you know? Like, let's just not use that.
That's what they do
How about let's just not use that, you know? It's easy. It's easy.
to their darling European compatriots.
It's
Imagine
really
what they
easy.
do to the global south. By now, you've noticed a pattern, I'm sure. The neoliberal austerity playbook is
Yeah, it's still racist, just like how the Roman salute is coming back, but only by people who want it to come back. The essence of the Roman salute, the action itself, like, removed from a context doesn't mean anything. But within context, you know what the fuck that means, right? If you live on fucking planet Earth, you know what a Roman salute is. You know what it symbolizes.
cut public spending, reduce debt, restore confidence in the markets, ignore the socioeconomic consequences.
You got confused because in my language, Romani are what we call a group of people that live in Rome. Ah, okay.
Consequences of the previous steps and then repeat. But since capital is, like cancer, looking for ever more growth, this isn't
So-called Roman salute when it's invented by aristocrats in the 1900s, in the 19th century, and never used by Romans.
confined to Europe. Most of Latin America has been a long-suffering victim of neoliberal policies for decades, turning
the Nazis use the swastika and they're not Hindu, you know.
the region into a playground for multinational corporations. This well-documented exploitation has left the continent impoverished and dependent on the West. Brazil's iron-rich Paraopeba Valley, for example,
The Roman salute in context means punch me, punch me. Punch me in the face over and over again. Yeah, and curb stomp me even. With a boot. Fascists nowadays don't even know shit about fascism. Yeah. A Roman salute is what you know from the Hollywood movies. A Romanian was snoring so hard it shook the windows in my room. Since then, I hate Romanians and Roman. And Roma. Basically, everything with Rome in the name. Okay. No offense, but the word being used around any African is gonna be hands thrown. Just want to point it out, yeah. Every joke is only partially a joke. I'm gonna have to delete that then, yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're getting at, dog. The worst thing about Elon using it is he empowered so many other horrible politicians to copy him. At least we know who's a Nazi. Yeah, I mean, Steve Bannon did it too. He was so jealous of Elon Musk doing it twice, and Steve Bannon's version was just like a really like light, you know, not as like passionate as Musk did it, because like Bannon's like version of his Roman salute was just like, you know, like very like grandpa style, low energy Roman salute. But he was jelly of Elon Musk. Just a note, in Russia, we have a word that sounds close to that one that means black people, but it does it without any offense and insult, as it is just a way to say black person in Russia, because we never had black people we never had black people as slaves and never oppressed them. And with that said, I completely disagree with those who want to prohibit Russians calling black people in our language just because it reminds them of the insult in their language. I can't speak for, I don't even know what you call black people in your language. I guess it would be the same as, isn't it just a translation then into Russian? Then what's the problem? On my knees praying and begging someone to Luigi him. Yeah, let's not in Minecraft you meant, right? Not in my region, at least, around Africans, not Americans, no offense. Elon's just a noob politician here. Politicians here got Mussolini statues in their houses. Of course. Isn't Mussolini's party even active to this day, right? Like isn't Meloni in the same party as Mussolini did? It's the same exact party, right? Low test fash wannabe. A bit too much salutes lately. Let's just hope that none of them failed the art school. I know, right? I think Elon is inching there because he is a failed like Tony Stark. He wanted to be Tony Stark so bad. He paid his way into like a Marvel movie. Wasn't he interacting with Tony Stark? And then Tony Stark was like, pedo alert. Which is so funny. Because I see it now unironically. Which N-word are we talking about here in either way? Okay, let's not talk about terminologies in my chat. Can we not do that now? Because it's literally, I would get banned. Let's just not do this here. Do this in the Discord chat. Racism bad. End of story. Okay.
Became a battleground.
We can talk about the nuances later. Like, do that in the Discord. Do that in the server, please.
2 presidents were overthrown before a military dictatorship handed control of the region's resources to foreign corporations. Similarly, in Venezuela, the US military secured the profits of oil giants like Standard Oil and Gulf by, well, securing Venezuela's
I think it would depend where in Europe, though. Because Europe literally invented the transatlantic slave trade.
As petroleum reserves.
So, you know.
Because all the profit flows to foreign investors, not just in Venezuela but elsewhere also, these countries effectively lost their sovereignty and right to self-determination since foreign investors dictated their economic policies. In the wider global south, many countries are trapped in cycles of debt and dependency. A big part of this dependency is keeping these places underdeveloped. As Walter Rodney said in How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, underdevelopment was not an accidental byproduct of colonialism, but its very purpose. The economic structures imposed by colonial powers were designed to keep African economies subservient in a system that continues to this day, with foreign companies
I'm slow moding. I'm putting chat on slow mode. Let's stop this narrative now. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about something else.
still dominating
Listen to the video. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Key sectors and extracting natural resources while contributing little to local development. Speaking of Africa, the Niger Delta has had its oil stolen by multinational corporations. Oil spills and gas flaring have destroyed the very local ecosystems, making traditional farming and fishing impossible, and just generally forcing the local population to bear the brunt of the fallout. Egypt and Tunisia saw their economies hauled out by privatization and deregulation, leading to, again, sky-high unemployment and a shattered economy. Entire futures lost. And last but not least, the next victim is the United States. Yes, the world champion of neoliberalism has indeed become a victim of its own poison. This is of course about the 2008 financial crisis in the US, which appears to have been a major turning point in the decline of the United States, since it exposed the vulnerabilities of what turned out to be a delusional economy.
Let's talk about how oil megacorpos knew about climate change since the 60s and not only hid that info but silenced anyone from bringing it up. Exactly, because it's antithetical to the profit motive. Don't Norway and Sweden vote? Okay. Yo, let's go, Jeezy. Thank you so much for the gifted subs.
Millions of Americans lost their homes and jobs. Workers saw their wages stagnate.
Is it still snowing? No, there's no snow in Japan at all. It's almost March and we never experienced snow because of climate change. Thanks, climate change.
Even further since the 1970s, and public services were slashed to the bone while those responsible for the crisis were able to run to the bank
Buy ammonium
with a ton of taxpayer cash. This growing inequality sparked movements like Occupy Wall Street and Black Lives Matter that attempted to challenge the status quo.
Yeah,
This
because oil is what makes them the most profit up to this date. Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about cultural appropriation and how America wants to promote their terminology on other countries. No, let's not do that now. Come on. It's not related to the topic. No. Do it in a different server. I'm tired of it.
collection of crises wasn't, and still isn't, an anomaly. It's been referred to as disaster capitalism. where crises are exploited to impose neoliberal policies. At every turn, the interests of capital are paramount over all else, by king over colonial holdings, by shareholders over global south natural resources. At every turn, humanity, the environment, even ideas are sacrificed at the altar of capitalism.
We've deviated so much already in the chat. Please keep on topic. Talk about mega corpos.
For the benefit of the narrowest sliver of humanity, all while liberalism provides the ideological justification for this false idol. The ultimate expression of capitalism's threat to human lives isn't confined to a handful of states in various places on Earth. Capitalism's need for infinite growth, again, like cancer, will make the planet near to completely unlivable for humans and animals alike. Can't be more
It's sad you don't see anyone doing Muslim Lives Matter.
death cult than destroying the entire planet's ecosystem, really. What's worse? We see the consequences everywhere. Our planet is scarred by capitalism's toxic footprint, from radioactive metals in Arctic glaciers to
microplastics in our brains,
immense plastic garbage patches swirling in our oceans. Liberalism will insist that all of this is because of people doing capitalism wrong, but the truth is, this is the system functioning exactly as intended, consequences and all. And that, simply stated, is why capitalism is such an existential threat to life on Earth. The global south, of course, will suffer
as Pavel showed. Not always, exactly.
For the most due to climate change while contributing the least to it. The global north will also experience problems due to climate change. In the US, the fracking boom has caused widespread water contamination and earthquakes in states nowhere near plate faults like Oklahoma and Texas. In Europe, cities like London and Paris regularly exceed safe levels of air pollution because of the West's addiction to oil and cheap sources of energy without proper investment in green alternatives. However, I don't want to paint a picture of people in the global north suffering the consequences as badly or at least as quickly because, of course, it has the capital and infrastructure to stay comfortable longer. The worst the global north will experience are major unprecedented storms and a mild reduction in quality of life. That is, of course, only if it can successfully resist the global rise of right-wing extremism.
Yeah.
The fate of the global south, however, is far more dire.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen the disturbing continuity from colonial concentration camps to the atrocities of the Cold War. The crimes of liberalism, the secular heresy spread by the bloodiest sword around the world.
Oh no, he mentioned fracking. All corpos are bad, even the ones that turn the freaking frogs gay. Yes!
Still spills immense suffering and will continue long after this terminal decline of Western European hegemony. Despite its overwhelming barbarity, it's the global south that pays for the crimes of Europe, be it the Holocaust, colonialism, or climate change. This isn't a story about isolated incidents. It's a thread that runs through time, linking racialized domination with modern ideology and technology. Liberalism, despite its high-minded rhetoric, has consistently upheld the very forces it pretends to oppose for the service of capital. This pattern is undeniable. Liberalism promises progress, equality, and human rights, but delivers colonialism, capitalism, suffering, and death justified by calling it a civilizing mission, or some other demeaning goal that assumes the superiority of one group over another. These liberal euphemisms, changing from one day to the next, are used to justify so-called humanitarian military interventions and severe economic exploitation year in and year out. The language may have changed, but the underlying motives remain the same. They are fundamental to the current liberal order. Despite this overwhelming hypocrisy, liberal propaganda still pushes the nonsensical idea of being a force for good, or maybe even the children of light. This story,
oh my god, children of light, bro. Like, that was just so cringe.
a force for good, or maybe even the children of light.
This is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle. Have you seen Israelis? My god! Children of light, my ass. They literally shoot at each other. Like, what the other day, right? Somebody hacked a woman, like one Jizzy hacked another Jizzy because they thought they look like Christian. What the fuck? You know? They're turning on each other and What the fuck do you mean by law of the jungle? Jizz Hunter saying that yeah, exactly, right? They're just like it's jizz on jizz crime, you know? Like literally 2 days in a row, like it's two coincidence now. It's too much of it is happening to be a coincidence at this point, you know? Children of light people on fire. Exactly. Light people in a fucking hospital. Burn them alive. If that's what they meant of children of light. This Jizzy PM is spitting bars, though he thinks he is on the light side. Israelis are constantly attacking each other because they think exactly. They think they're Palestinians. Yes, it is. Yeah. Imagine I have to say that just to circumvent the TOS. Jizzy is even spying certain activists' private chats here in Italy. Why do they have so much power? I don't really. They're constantly attacking each other, yeah. It was just funny to me. Jizz on jizz crime like a toxic yaoi dojin. It gives me Zoroastrianism vibes. Is it? Hello, Aqua. Close enough for allow it.
Light.
It's actually almost
story
verbatim Nazi narrative.
Isn't over. Will it be socialism? Or will it be our
It is, though. It is.
extinction at the altar of capital? A better world is possible.
Hey, yo, let's go. The face of revolution. Okay, so I want to watch one more. It's 20 minutes, so I think we can do this, imps. One more from Second Thought. We're gonna talk about American liberals. We're gonna it's on Second Thought.
This episode.
Tickle. I always think that I'm pretty sure the Jizzlies are watching our Discord. Oh yeah. I love that the Roman salutes are completely normal in the tippy top of our political power, but you get banned if you oppose apartheid. I know, right? I always think that. I'm pretty sure the Jizzlies are. Yeah, okay. I approve this video. Okay, so now we can talk about the libs in America. Okay, all right. Now we're on topic, but let's stick to what the video is saying. Let's not get too carried away in the chat. Okay, so let's get through this. Okay.
And others like it are brought to you by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel, join our growing Discord server, and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
First, I must confess that over the past few years I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens' counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom.
That white person that you...
We have socialist VTubers. What a time to be alive. Hello. hello, speech 69. Welcome. And news. News used those episodes as an exercise to spread more hate towards Muslims, like that shooting in Germany. Here at the news, they said a Syrian terrorist attack innocent people, pulling out anti-Semitism. Ah, that's bullshit. Yeah, I hate that shit, man. Yeah, but they always do that. Pretty good if you overlook some stuff. Yeah, I know, right? Like, you have to be really, like, if there's like a necessity of like more socialist content creators, then yeah, well, we are in danger. That's a fat ass banana. Yes, it's
You
a
see,
banana.
calling himself a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox. And a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf.
This bitch, man. Like,
See the
not,
wolf
not
coming.
her, but like the other one. But her too, you know.
You know what
But
he's up
AOC is so, she's such a careerist. Like, she's a career opportunist. Like, I
to.
can't
But
stand
the fox
her.
will fool you.
Oh, this bitch too. I can't stand him.
He comes at you with his mouth shaped in such a way that even though you
The lib that ever lived, you know? The libbiest lib that ever lived.
see his teeth, you think he's smiling and you take him for a friend.
Yeah, that guy too. Oh my god. Why? Oh, the All-Stars are here. All-Stars. The All-Stars are here. Fucking making my frigging blood pressure skyrocket. Thank you, Gory Greg. Thank you so much for the subs. The gifted sub, rather. Wasn't AOC kind of biased? What do you mean biased? Wait, kind of based? No, she was not. She is a lib. Based, she is not. Based on opportunism, yes. She is definitely that. She will say the correct things sometimes, but that's about it. Yeah, like broken clocks. Come on. They're right twice a day. Yeah, Elizabeth Warren is also not a good, you know, she's also a lib. Why do you think JT would like show them here? They're all libs. But there was an all-star, like a series. It got progressively bad. Destiny and then I don't know who is the worst though. Destiny or Vaush? Which one is the worst? Which one is worse, rather, in comparison? Destiny is the worst. Oh, but he's the one who is like the known like molester, right? My position on AOC is she's got good intentions, but she definitely has a lot of libs in her circle. She's set to replace Bernie as the leader of American leftists, but I don't know how she'll do. No, she's not. She's definitely not. Yeah, what are good intentions though? Intentions don't mean shit. What matters is impact. I don't give a fuck if you had good intentions, but the impact of your actions, you know? Like, there's more weight to the impact of your actions than your intentions, man. Intentions don't mean shit. I don't give a fuck what her intentions are. The impact of her actions, though, those are irreversible. Sex pest, yeah, he is a, yeah. Oh my god, he's also pedo? What the fuck? Ew. But isn't Vaush also a pedo though? Don't choose between two evil unless it's about saving the world. I don't remember Destiny defending cheese pizza several times. Unlike certain neckbearded fella. So those people are some liberals, degenerate freaks. Vaush is a pedo, yeah. So who is worse? Both of them. Okay, let's we can safely conclude that both of them are cringy pedophiles. AOC has good politics, but seeing her just play along with the DNC is just sad. She's a Democrat. Who takes her seriously? Come on. Like, I mean, if you're American, I guess she's like one of the good ones, but nah, not for us. For non-Americans, hell no.
Rolling. Okay, let's go. Over the past...
All of them. COINTELPRO, FBI spooks. Vaush likes drawings. I've not seen him actually being caught for crimes. Not yet. Why is everyone in power up? Yeah. I think Samuel mentioned that. Like, why are the most powerful people, like, you know, have a PDF, you know, the PDF ring, right? Can you type that your analysis in the chat, Samuel? Why? Because like I remember you saying it's the ultimate exploitation of other human beings, you know, is the exploitation of minors, basically. Oh yeah, you can do that too, so that everyone can see, and that makes a lot of sense, you know. Geralt. The Witcher? Evil is either lesser, greater, middling. It's all the same. Proportions are negotiated, boundaries blurred. Negotiated, boundaries blurred. If I'm to choose between one evil and another, then I prefer not to choose at all. Yeah. Likes drawings reminds me of a certain Austrian artist. Gerald, is that you? You still should not support him because his politics are bad. Vaush likes drawing. Yeah. I don't think, like, please don't. Don't. I think AOC is just not able to carry the responsibility on her shoulder. I don't think she even intends to. I'm hesitant to explain it, and I'm too scared to tell you to Google it. So I'm so sorry. Wait, what were you? It's a nice thought, but ignorant of the reality of powerful social systems at play. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna read what Samuel said in our Discord discussions. In the West, the ultimate act of domination, the ultimate act of social conquest, the ultimate display of social power is sexual abuse of minors. That's the whole reason the billionaire class had the Epstein PDF file island. It's also the reason the right wing accuse other opponents of being PDF files and groomers while being that themselves, you know, as you can see. Pedophilia is the ultimate social taboo. So being able to break it with impunity is the height of privilege. And that really was like, oh yeah, what the fuck? That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you for that, El Samuel. That really made a lot of sense to me. Like, yeah, because of course they will do it, you know? It's basically a status symbol. Let's bring back public game ending for PDF. Yes, I agree. I think all of us can unanimously agree that, you know, we need to bring shame back. Interesting and gross as fuck. Yeah, it is very gross, but it makes a lot of sense, right? The commodification and fetishization of both youth and purity may play into that as well. But I think Samuel makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too, though. That's exactly it, though. But it makes a lot of sense. Active domination and social conquest are the highlights here. Yes, exactly. Are you talking about here? Excuse me if I make mistake, I'm French. We're talking about liberals and how they're our enemies.
Just about everyone I know has come to the same
Honestly, depending on the case, I fuck the rich. This is some serious mental illness and those people kind of need to be cured. No. I don't want to rehabilitate billionaires.
conclusion.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree.
Liberals are as much the enemy of normal, decent people as conservatives are. And when I say liberal, I don't mean your average Joe who likes Harry Potter.
In capitalism, probably they will end only innocence and continue the thing themselves, yeah. There's elements of CIA blackmailing operations with the elite of PDF rings. Yeah, that's the same thing that's happening with like the Diddy parties, right? It's all about getting the blackmail shit. Also, crossing that taboo makes you one of them and can be trusted, yeah.
Potter and Marvel movies, and doesn't really think about politics outside of election years.
Will you shut up, man?
I mean the people who love Harry Potter and Marvel movies and also go out of their way to scold Palestinians for resisting their own extermination. People who demand you condemn Hamas while refusing to acknowledge that history didn't begin on October 7th.
But you condemn Hamas?
People who split their time evenly between rewatching Hamilton and calling anyone who criticizes Joe Biden a Russian troll or a Chinese spy.
I have Russian trolls and Chinese spy in my chat. You're welcome. Rehabilitating billionaires are impossible. They can just buy out of it. Yeah. Of course. No, yeah. Antifa, really, we're not talking about them. We're talking about why. We're explaining why these rings are, there are PDF rings among, like, there's an Epstein Island. We're trying to explain Epstein Island, okay? We're not talking about, you're talking about a different thing. It's irrelevant to the discussion.
You know the type. But just so we're on the same page before we go any further, let me be extra clear. Liberalism is the default ideology in the imperial core. The average person ends up with a liberal perspective by osmosis. There is a pipeline from simply existing in the empire to becoming a rabid servant of the empire. And if you feel like this is an attack on you personally, please don't feel that way. Everyone should be capable of changing their perspective when presented with new evidence. If you're not, that's a good sign you may have been indoctrinated into a dangerous ideology. But that's what this video is about. I'm going to give you just a little bit of evidence that Western liberals are a tremendous force for evil. And contrary to what they want you to believe, they absolutely do not care about truth, justice, peace, or progress. Let's start with the civil rights era.
Mao reformed an emperor. It's totally possible. Lil Trump may live to shine the shoes of liberated workers at the bus stop. Unlikely, but possible. He's gonna be dead because that guy is a fucking dinosaur.
A lot of Americans today erroneously believe that when Dr. King came onto the scene, he magically opened everyone's eyes and ended racism. Sure, things were bad back then, but his words were so moving that everyone put down their pitchforks and agreed
Hold on, I didn't
that
look
we were
at
all
it,
equal.
sorry.
And of course, the white liberals were marching hand in hand with black Americans to forge a path to a brighter future.
I mean, the gifted
While
sub?
MLK did have a profound way with words, and there were indeed a number of white Americans who marched for equal rights. This simplified view of the civil rights era is exceptionally misleading. Martin Luther King is one of the most co-opted figures in modern history. Everyone tries to claim him for their particular set of beliefs. I made a whole video about how history whitewashes black radicals. But the thing about these people waxing poetic about how great King was is that 90% of the time, they would have hated the man had they lived in the same era. Think about your family members today and how they reacted to the Black Lives Matter rallies and protests. If they're anything like my family, you probably heard some pretty ignorant, hateful statements. The same exact thing happened in Dr. King's time. police brutality, rampant racism, and constant attempts to misconstrue what the movement was really about. The thing that always concretizes that fact for me is this comic by the white moderate cartoonist Charles Brooks. King talking to a reporter with the city destroyed in the background and some white people lying on the ground, and King saying, "I plan to lead another non-violent march tomorrow." This is exactly what we see today. Liberals get uncomfortable and suddenly they're not for equal rights anymore.
Yeah.
Or more accurately, they still say they are.
I really like those Democrat when Harris lost the election, those fucking libs that are screaming like fuck the Palestinians and shit like that, and they were laughing that more Palestinians are dying. Like, damn, this is peak American liberal brain rot. Like, fuck you.
But they just have some concerns about optics. That's not how you're supposed to protest.
Yeah,
why can't everyone
moderate
just
speech,
protest peacefully? Why? So you can ignore it?
That's not how you're supposed to. Yeah, exactly.
The
So you can ignore it, bitch.
The entire point of protest is to be disruptive.
Exactly.
But even if we put that aside, no one wants to have to protest. They want things to change with as little friction as possible. But that's just not how things work when the oppressor class likes their position, and that position is dependent upon subjugating another class. It's like Castro said during the Cuban Revolution. The people did not choose the path of armed struggle. It was the path that was forced upon them.
Exactly.
Same with Palestine. The number of tweets I've seen from liberals saying, "I don't understand why they can't just peacefully protest," is insane. And every single time, someone claps back with a different instance of Palestinians peacefully organizing and being killed all the same.
Right? What the hell?
By the time King penned his letter from Birmingham jail, which you heard some of at the beginning of this video, he had become disenchanted with white Northern liberals, who had earlier in his career been his greatest source of white support. But when King started talking about systemic issues that intersected with racism, such as economic inequality, these liberals started to squirm. The comfortable whites who looked down on the Southern yokels for their ignorance and racism were now in the hot seat themselves. They benefited from a two-tiered society in which liberal elites were at the top. And so the complaint about optics was born. Look, Dr. King, we support your ideals, but the way you're protesting just isn't okay. This is the way liberals operate. They support emancipation movements in theory, but as soon as it crosses into the realm of the material, they become no different than conservatives.
Right.
If violent protest is illegal, and nonviolent protest gets your liberal supposed supporters to condemn your movement, what recourse do you have to effect change?
Yeah, no.
There's a reason
none.
imperial core countries are actively trying to criminalize various forms of protest.
Yeah.
They have a vested interest in things remaining the same. As Kwame Ture
Because they
said,
just like they're just stuck in the like, oh, let's petition this. What can your petition do, bitch? None.
1969 book The Pitfalls of Liberalism, what a liberal really wants is to bring about change
Signature campaigns, am I right? The fuck?
which will not in any way endanger his position. That is, of course, impossible when we're talking about fixing the systemic problems of racism, imperialism, and economic inequality.
What a liberal really wants is to bring about change which will not.
According to a
in any way
1966
endanger their
Harris
position,
poll,
exactly.
King's favorable rating among white Americans was just 27%. Compare that to 95% today. That's how liberals operate. They oppose any attempts at emancipation while they're happening, then pretend they were always on the side.
Almost every American adult believes he was an important figure in U.S. history. But then, you know, they forgot that.
Side of the righteous when they have the benefit of history books telling them who the good guys were. There's a great tweet that really sums up this liberal tendency.
A liberal is someone who opposes every war except the current war and support all civil rights movements except the ones that's going on right now. Exactly. How not to win friends and influence people. Shut the fuck up, Philip Gurevich, you son of a bitch.
A liberal is someone who opposes every war except the current war and supports all civil rights movements except the one going on right now. Now, while MLK was outspoken in his disappointment with white liberals, Malcolm X went a critical step further and correctly labeled them an enemy of genuine progress and liberation.
Right? Yeah. Like I said, I've been saying what I'm saying.
The conservatives are wolves. You know what they're up to. They're evil and they're honest. Not because they care about being honest, but because they're not afraid to wield power when they have it.
Like Trump, he's so out, you know, so straightforward. He's enemy, right? He's like, yeah, that guy is gonna eat my face, you know?
The liberal is a fox,
leopard.
less outwardly threatening, even
Right?
seemingly approachable, but still a predator. A conservative will usually be open about their racism and how they need to keep the dirty foreigners out.
There you go. Build the wall, build the wall.
Whereas a liberal will say things like, I see you, I hear you, hate has no place here. And then they'll run campaign ads about how conservatives are...
And then they will bomb children in the Middle East. Fucking hell, man. Senate Republicans won't secure the border. We just launched an ad slamming GOP Senate candidates, including Ted Cruz and Rick Scott, for opposing the bipartisan bill to secure the border and keep Americans safe for the sake of their own petty, self-serving politics. Take a look. Ew, I hate this. I hate this. Like, I really, like, American liberals are just so insufferable. Right-wingers, y'all leftists are just a bunch of moralists. Also, right-wingers, that's not how you should protest, yeah. I'm Lebanese, and some of my lib friends would joke about Lebanon, saying, well, looks like there won't be a Lebanon anymore. I know, right? The fuck? Evolution don't work. Revolution is the only way today, yeah. Peaceful protest, lol. It will work only in a mind of an idiot. We had such an idiot Russia. He led many people. He had such an idiot in Russia. He led many people on streets across the country, but always asked to stay peaceful. And as a result, many people were grabbed by police, and then he was jailed in 2021 and died in jail last year, as he was a personal enemy of the cunt. Protests are either coercion or the threat of coercion. Politics comes out of the barrel of a gun. Exactly. Go far enough left, you get your guns back. Yeah. Exactly. Free Israel from the world map. Yeah, I agree. Mostly lethal military and secure borders. What I like about Malcolm X and MLK Jr. is I feel like they complement each other very well. MLK acts like a liaison between the average person and civil rights, and Malcolm X serves to radicalize further. Basically, a funnel. Yeah, exactly. Like how Hassan, like how some people found me through the Hassanabi tag. I'm poaching I'm poaching Hassan's viewers. I'm kidding. I know Hassan won't mind. This is also Boris Yulyevich in Karglitsky. Oh, thank you so much, Adorn, for the 5 gifted subs. Let's go! Strongest politician from the camp of evolutionary way and peaceful fighting, and ended now as political prisoner. Oh, okay. Not gonna lie, saw the preview. Two Mouth's upcoming cover, and initially read it as Jared instead of Jared. Yeah, totally, it's Jared. I was watching Hugo and saw you on the sidebar. Oh yeah? I feel like Kwame Ture is the smooth talking, easy onboarding guy with Malcolm chiming in to drop bombs when the point needs to be made. Yeah, true. The funny thing is Trump showed us that he can be much worse than Kamala could have been. Kamala would have been also pretty bad, but not world conquest type shit Trump is trying to do. But Trump is like speed running the destruction of America, which is great.
Are failing to secure the southern border.
I'm
Biden
kidding.
hasn't stopped building Trump's wall. That should tell you everything you need to know about the liberal approach to immigration. Pretend you're deeply concerned, and then do the same thing the conservatives are doing. Or take the genocide in Gaza. We've seen a handful of the more liberal Democrats speak out against what Israel is doing, which is no small feat for a politician in the United States. But then when push comes to shove, they do the evil thing anyway. As I'm writing this script, every single Senate Democrat just voted to continue.
I mean, come on. They co-signed, like the Democrats co-signed Gaza. Look at Gaza now. They did that. They did that. I found your music first, then jumped on a stream and welcome. Now you're here. Am I right? Debatable so far. He at least doing something. Plus, he exacerbated the infighting in NATO. Yeah. My president. It's mostly rhetoric, though, overturning Roe v. Wade. And most of the genocidal campaigns since October 7 happened by. Yes, exactly. They could have codified Roe v. Wade, but they did not because they're trying to dangle it in front of, the American people. But then they didn't think that, that it would actually happen. And then it happened. My God. G-Joe is a thing for a reason. Exactly. New here to politics. What's your stance? Like, our leftist. Also found you through your music. I fucking love it. Well, I'm a socialist. Welcome. I'm very left. I'm super left.
Funding the genocide in Gaza. Every single one.
Why would they codify that thing? The Dems fundraiser on protecting it for years. Yeah, exactly, right? What the fuck? Like they're literally their platform is like, oh, we must protect it. Why don't you codify it, bitch? What the hell? You fucking idiots. Now it's overturned. Now you don't have anything to dangle in front of anyone, bitch. What do you mean? Only around election time, they said we gotta restore Roe v. Wade law. Yeah, it's so annoying. Like, literally, they're sacrificing so many lives of American women and girls. What the fuck? Now, so many cases of girls that are victims of, of incestual grape are going to have to carry their grape babies to term.
The meme. The people on the receiving end of U.S. militarism don't care.
Even ectopic pregnancies, dog. Like, what the fuck? There's no, like, huh? What do you mean? It's oh my God. It's a medical emergency. But no, because fetuses. But then when you pop out the fetus, you're on your own, dog.
Whether the people who sent the bombs are deeply concerned about it, they're still sending the bombs.
Right? See? They say the next ones will be sent by a woman. Really makes you feel like you're part of history. Right? I hate it here. I hate this planet, Imps. We're run by fucking idiots. Kargalitsky and Navalny aren't revolutionaries. Both of them hiding behind liberated future Russia following only their goals. Navalny and his organization after his death appeared to be as corrupted. As a government, participants are fighting with each other now. Kargalitsky just grabbed donations from his viewers, talking about how the government is bad and not educating people about communism. He's just covered with the red cape. Both of them just wanted a piece of wealth, not a revolution. Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, communism or barbarism at this point. Socialist? What are you, some sort of commie? Yes. Ask pro-life people about school lunches. They want to defund school lunches too. I think they took it away already. Then when they canceled the speech of the Palestinian Democrat at the DNC, I knew that party was done even pretending to care. Yeah. They don't give a fuck. They were literally there were protesters outside the DNC rally, right? And they were like passing by the Palestinian protesters with their hands covering their ears. And some of them are even laughing. What the fuck? Well, how demonic is that? I mean, capitalism says if you get hurt and can't work, so you starve. That's a pretty big red line for me. Not even counting healthcare or using taxes for population instead of constant war. Yeah, exactly. Political campaigning around the unborn is really convenient since they definitionally cannot speak for themselves, right? Communism is based, but how do we get there? The only way is to somehow make all of EU get closer to that, and then ally with China so they can go back to being more communist too, I guess. They were never more communist though. They were never that. They were just welfare. They are just welfare states. They were never about socialism. But they did that because of the threat of the USSR. No. Yeah, so you got to understand that they were never about it. They were never socialists in the first place. That's a welfare state.
Socialists like me tend to joke about Democrats just being Republicans with a rainbow flag painted on their bombers, but it's absolutely true. The liberals' only objection to imperialism and global domination is on aesthetic grounds. They may say they're cool with gay
At least we could try to restore socialism in Eastern Europe. I know, right? But then, my God.
people, but they're still
I think the brain rot has spread too much already at this point.
going to turn the rest of the world
When you have Russians like Pavel. Oh my God.
to glass if it means maintaining our hegemony. A good example of this meaningless liberal pandering is when Pharrell recently sent Trump a cease and desist to stop Trump from using his songs at rallies. And then he turned around and performed at a fundraising gala for the IDF.
Bro! Yeah, that sucks.
People who've killed 11,000 children in the past few months, who have targeted doctors saving injured people, journalists trying to show the world what's happening, the people who blindfolded a man, told him to run, and then sniped him in the back of the head. Okay, celebrities being useless is one thing, but when you have a liberal world leader, that's when things get really dangerous. Take Trudeau, for example. In response to one of the many ongoing protests for Palestine in Canada, on February 13th, he posted the following on Twitter. The demonstration at Mount Sinai Hospital yesterday was reprehensible. Hospitals are places for treatment and care, not protest and intimidation. I strongly condemn this display of anti-Semitism. In Toronto and across Canada, we stand with Jewish communities against this hate. This is insane. If you've been online at all in the last 5 months, you'll know where I'm going with this. Justin Trudeau, liberal darling, has supported to the hilt the Israeli apartheid regime, which has bombed every single hospital in Gaza out of operation. Not only that, these monsters also dressed as doctors and nurses and infiltrated a hospital to shoot and terrorize the patients and heroic staff inside. To the liberal, walking outside a hospital and demanding justice is a bridge too far. But butchering an entire population because it serves the interest of capital is perfectly acceptable. The justification for statements like Trudeau's has always been opposing anti-Semitism. That obviously doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
It's an absurd claim to make that criticizing a genocidal apartheid regime is anti-Semitic.
Canada? You mean the country that glazed a Ukrainian Nazi?
And it's become even more clearly absurd now that we've seen hundreds of thousands of Jewish people around the world stand up against Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign and say, you do not.
I hate genocide equals anti-Semitism. Bro, Jewish activists lead these protests. Exactly! When I went to whenever I go to pro-Palestine protests, I always see Jewish people there. They're so nice. Jewish people who are not Zionists are nice people. They're very kind and educated.
Not represent us.
Fuck
All
Zionists.
you have to do is look at footage from within Israel itself. Jews are brutalized by the fascist police for daring to speak out against the regime. The anti-Semitism charge obviously doesn't work anymore. So the liberals have fallen back on what they do best. Weaponize
What the the hell, though?
Vague feelings. The main objection to rallies for Palestine now
Was that really necessary, though? What the hell?
is that it makes people feel uncomfortable or unsafe on college campuses in the West. Here's an example that's been making the rounds
I really hate the jizzies. The Zionist jizzies are just beyond help.
Online.
They want him dead.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Please end it, please.
Aside from the fact that those are the most obvious
This video, some college student literally crying crocodile tears because there's a pro-Palestine demonstration happening as they hysterically demand the security guard to arrest them all, perfectly encapsulate Zionism and the depraved cult of fake victims. While holding a fucking Starbucks coffee, like, oh my, I'm so threatened because I can't drink my coffee in peace. I want them all to die.
fake tears you've ever seen.
These white woman tears are one of the most dangerous weapons in the world. I know, yeah. So many people have died already because of that. These white tears got countries' black men, got countless black men murdered. These white tears enabled the bombing of brown kids and genocide. Exactly! Those Orthodox Jewish rabbi that are in the front line of pro-Palestine. Exactly. They're the best. They're the best representation of the religion, to be honest. But our Social Democrat Party is basically center-right, sometimes even right. Yeah, I mean, because Social Democrats were never socialists to begin with. They will always capitulate to capital.
I want you to think about the absurdity of this display.
In Romania, okay.
Claiming to feel unsafe in your
Romania.
insular little university
Let's be real.
versus this.
It's Romania. You should have said the country first. I'm kidding. Fake victimhood is the trend in Western society in the modern age. Yeah. Gee, why do they want to be victim in anything? What's next? Victim of sleeping? Oh my god. Oh no, these babies. What the
That's
fuck?
what unsafe looks like. You feel uncomfortable?
Yeah.
Think about how uncomfortable it is to have no food or clean water, no shelter, no hygiene products.
This is unsafe.
Your family.
Her crying with her Starbucks coffee, like, I'm so, they exist. I'm threatened because they exist. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Family killed. The places you've been told will be safe, purposefully targeted with bombing runs. Liberals have no right to cry crocodile tears.
Not gonna lie, I don't look at these like footages because it literally I can't handle it. My heart can't handle it. So I just do what I do and then talk about it, spread the word, but I try not to look at the footages because I can't. I don't need to. I don't need to. It will only break my spirit.
To feel unsafe. Of course, they'll still do it, and sometimes it will work. There are very few weapons as dangerous as a white woman's
Yo, you know what? Vilmo, yeah, you are right. This is our future. If this timeline continues, first they came for the for the Palestinians, and what's next? Who's next? Right?
Years, as minorities have learned the hard way throughout history. Enough pretend fear and they get what they want.
Modern social democrats, yeah, but after the betrayal of Rosa Luxemburg and the other socialists in the German Social Democratic Party, democracy became pro-capitalist. Social democracy became pro-capitalism, yeah. Yeah. I can't. It's really. It's hard for me, like mentally really difficult for me to watch those footages. Even a glimpse of hurting children, of distressed babies. What the fuck? What kind of timeline are we living in? Why is this happening? So I kind of can't do those That's why I can't cover news, because I don't want to see these footages. Yeah. You know, remember those people that you know, remember those plastic bags where, yeah, they used to be people, you know, but they couldn't be identified anymore because of how, yeah, so they have to be weighed approximately to give to their mourning relatives. I can't. That was the most mentally, it's hard. Like we nobody, not even the most secure person could have been prepared for that kind of image, or for the G-side to happen, for the entire year of G-side, or all kinds of horrors that we can witness live, even sometimes, you know, live streamed. I don't think this is the most documented G-side in modern history. So nobody nobody is mentally prepared for that shit. I mean, I was in Lebanon during the bombing, so I've seen some. I know, right? I know, Nick. Oh my fucking god! Like during the pagers, right? I can't even believe this. I know. I can't either. Like, how the fuck? And what angers me so much is when Jizzies say Pallywood. Shut the fuck up. You're the ones that are creating your own dramatic situations. You guys are the ones that are playing victim. But then again, you know, they always abide by Joseph Goebbels' technique, is to deny, and accuse other people of doing whatever the fuck they're doing exactly. If you repeat a lie long enough and more often enough, you know, more often, it's gonna become the truth. And that's their truth. Not for me, but like for them, that's their truth. Not for anyone with a fucking brain cell, that is. Trump said he wants to a lot. In Russia, official Communist Party is so much sold out that there's a common joke to call them not a Communist Party of Russia Federation, but Capitalist Party of Russia. Yeah, same thing with the JCP. They're not really communist. They're just social democrats. Then they came for the university students, right? Well, as far as who's next, Jizzy has started stealing the land of the Christians in the area. Yeah, they've been terrorizing the West Bank. Who's gonna be invading China? It's seeming like lining up to that that war with Australia as a meat shield. I'm off to work for the stream. Thank you for the stream, Mana. It was a good topic to discuss about. Take care, everyone. Thank you, Adorned. Have a good day at work. Take care. And after Ukraine comes either the Baltics or yeah. And after Ukraine comes either the Baltics or Romania.
In this case, the criminalizing of solidarity with the people currently being exterminated. I made a tweet the other day that said, "One thing that's been bothering me recently is that I have no power to make liberals care. I can say, I will never again speak to someone who still supports Israel, but what good is that? The hate and powerlessness I feel is something I haven't experienced before."
Yeah, this, I feel this exactly. This is, I think we all feel this. Don't you, imps? Like, damn.
I had one commenter respond with something I think is important to share. This is how colonized people have felt forever. Liberals act like they care, but they don't. They really, really don't. And their fake performative caring actually makes it way worse.
Yeah.
At least right-wingers are honest.
Yeah.
That's a great point. And it echoes what Malcolm X said half a century ago. Liberals are no better than conservatives.
Yeah.
They're often even more bloodthirsty, as we've
And this is why we say, scratch a liberal, and who bleeds, imps, who bleeds?
seen with their recent behavior. The only thing that separates a liberal servant of empire from a conservative one is that the liberal will lie through their teeth to make it seem like they're on your side. At least when a conservative says they want you dead, you can believe it and brace for impact.
Yeah.
With a liberal, you have to be a lot more vigilant. Conservatives don't care if they have the moral high ground. They want what they want, and they don't care how you feel about it. A liberal will twist themselves into knots trying to convince you, and often themselves, that they are the moral arbiter of modern politics. Even the liberals who are critical of Joe Biden and the wider West's enabling of this genocide often speak out in a way that ends up reinforcing belief in liberalism. Take the recent drama surrounding Jon Stewart.
What did he do?
He said some common sense stuff about Biden and really pissed off the vote blue no matter who crowd. But his criticisms also really resonated with the masses of more casual liberals in the imperial core. His statements were intended to air the concerns of people starting to feel cognitive dissonance about their support of genocide, and then to steer them back into the fold of the Democratic Party. Yeah, Biden may be too old for the job, but we'll do better next time. The most important thing is keeping Trump out of the White House. Things would be so much worse under a Republican, believe me. Never mind, of course, that things are only this bad because Biden, liberal champion of peace and freedom, has personally refused to call off his attack dog, and has instead spent billions of dollars of your tax money to fund the massacre of tens of thousands of men, women, and children whose only crime is trying to prevent the slow-rolling eradication of their people and their history. I could go on like this, or hell, I could just leave the video running and play the hundreds of hours of footage showing what Western liberals are enabling in Gaza. Children torn to pieces hanging from piles of rubble.
Right.
A man so stricken with grief that he loses consciousness after being told his entire family has been killed. A beautiful little girl, my daughter's age, standing alone in the cold, waiting for parents who will never come back. But I know that footage will not soften the liberal heart.
Yeah.
If they've made it this far and not changed their mind, they are irredeemable.
Yeah.
And I will not waste any more of my time trying to win over my enemy. And for those who think I'm being overly harsh and that liberals are annoying but not really all that dangerous,
Yeah.
I'll cite just one more historical fact. Every time liberals have been given the choice between socialism and fascism, they have sided with fascism.
Yes.
And when I say they've sided with fascism, that's actually a little misleading. Yes, normal liberals, the individuals, will always pick a well-dressed white fascist over a scary urban communist. But liberals as a political organism don't really choose to side with fascism as much as they devolve into it. Fascism is rooted in the same Western mythology as liberalism. Whereas in times of peace and prosperity, liberalism has all the frills and niceties normal people would expect from a first world country, as soon as the economic base falters, as soon as the lines start to go down, the mask comes off.
Yep.
It's often said that fascism is capitalism in decay. And if there's one thing we've seen with the United States since the Reagan years, it's that capitalism is on the decline. There's a reason we're always
It's a rotting corpse at this point.
war. Why our civil liberties are being curtailed under conservative
Like, right now, they're just performing necromancy.
and liberal leaders alike. Why Joe Biden is holding twice as many immigrants in cages as Trump was at the end of his term. Why we're backing Israel to the very last Palestinian. When capital has to circle the wagons to maintain its dominance, its rhetoric and actions start to look a lot like fascism. The reason for this is simple. Fascism is seen as a solution to an economic problem, just as socialism is. But the difference is that fascism does not threaten the primacy of capital, or the comfortable position of the white liberal. Economic hardship creates conditions where bitterness, distrust, and desperation can thrive, making the masses an easy target for charismatic and bombastic fascists. I'll end with a gentle warning for new socialists. People who understand that imperialism is wrong, but who may still harbor some liberal ideology from their upbringing.
Yeah, so people, be careful when you say like, oh, AOC is this and that. She's still, no, she's irredeemable.
There's this pervasive belief that if you just show people enough data that something is bad, We'll reach a critical mass of collective outrage, and then suddenly, through legal and government-approved means, we'll be able to stop the bad thing. That's just not how the real world works.
Yeah.
That's become abundantly clear in the last 5 months. Bit by bit, our rights to protest, to assemble, to speak out are being taken away. The Palestinian people have tried peaceful protest for years. They've tried appealing to international bodies. They've tried everything. They are well within their rights to resist their executioners by whatever means they deem appropriate. No amount of liberal hand-wringing and phony moral objections will change that fact.
You don't get freedom peacefully. Freedom is never safeguarded peacefully. Anyone who is depriving you of freedom isn't deserving of a peaceful approach by the ones who are being deprived of their freedom.
A few times in the last couple years, I found myself thinking, surely not these liberals. Surely this friend or this educated person or this family member will be different. And they disappoint every single time. At some point, all decent people have to realize that liberals are as much the enemy as conservatives. They may weaponize inclusive language, they may try to trick you into thinking they care, but it's a lie. The Western liberal position on Palestine should be the final nail in the coffin of liberal legitimacy. And I know it's not my job to call people out like this. I know my role is to be inclusive and offer a charitable on-ramp into socialist ideas. But sometimes you just have to tell it like it is.
Yeah.
Malcolm X was right. Liberals are the most dangerous thing in the Western Hemisphere. I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that my content is only possible thanks to my patrons on Patreon. For people who make principled socialist content, and especially content that's vocal in its support of Palestine, it's really hard to land sponsorships. In fact, I was in talks with a...
Go support JT, everyone. Please donate or be a subscriber to his Patreon. He makes really good content. Anyway, yes. Fuck libs. All my homies hate libs. They don't just deserve a peaceful approach. A peaceful approach is impossible. They will simply deny you your freedoms and proceed to exploit you even more. Exactly. That is... Necromancy doesn't work, though, so they won't succeed. Spoiler, it's just not how... Exactly. In Russia, we have a saying, a well-fed can't understand a starving. That's exactly why our troubles are just too alien and insignificant to rich scumbags. I just imagine how back in the 19th century, rich London citizens were so concerned of their brave colonial soldiers abusing and torturing poor people of Africa and India. Exactly. Oh my god, the Russia will conquer Europe paranoia. Yeah, it definitely hits, doesn't it? Then there's a bit of propaganda, I think. It was the last federal election, Clive Palmer was running ads talking about how China leased a runway in Australia, and it was a runway owned by Clive Palmer. What the fuck? Okay. Man. I will say in Lithuania, under Russian occupation, it will be a little better. At least 30 years on the decline, yeah. Like I said, I think at this point it's dead. It's not even declining. It's just a dead corpse. It's a hollow shell rather. Plus, they always pull out the freedom of speech excuse to spew out their shitty takes. Yeah, it's just annoying. Are you a world famous banana girl? Freedom is the force you use to enforce it. You're a Putin defender? Nobody is defending Putin here. You sound confused. The framework of your arguments isn't based in reality. So the binary choices you pose don't mean anything. Yeah. Nobody is defending Putin anywhere. What do you mean? Good, insert your appropriate time of day, y'all. Hope everyone is having a good Saturday. Bye, Mom Zias. Good night. Sleep well, comrade. All right, comrades. Was interesting and productive as always, but I gotta go to sleep now. Thanks everyone for sharing their thoughts. Thank you. Tovarish Mana, and good night. Good night, comrade Mark. So yeah, and also before I end the stream, I just want you to show these. Aren't these cute? Hold on, let me show them imps. Cause I'm getting some emotes, some imp emotes commissioned, and I might as well show y'all. Cause these are hella cute. It's the watermelon imps. Which one do you like? This one, the full melon, the crescent melon, or the triangle slice melon? Look at the little pigtail watermelon. Yeah. The triangle, Lenin's criticism of socialists in World War I taking the side of their own imperialist power was on the virtue that imperialists are all bad. That's why he wanted to overthrow the own imperialist government. Top is top G. Okay. He's a wide melon. He's a round melon. He's a thin melon. Triangle could be a red resistance triangle representation just upside down. Yeah. We have to be subtle, imps. That's why I'm commissioning the watermelon imps, because yeah, to avoid the, to circumvent certain things, As I said, Russia was goaded into a conflict. Europe and West have wanted to tear them down since their civil war, and they were invaded up today. That doesn't mean anybody likes Putin. Putin bad. There's nothing to justify a claim that he is good to conquer multiple European countries. That is fear mongering by war hawks. They're bad too. Yeah. Let's be careful with the narratives that we're spreading, That's literally, we need to sharpen our media literacy and reading comprehension and historical, our geopolitical knowledge. Like why wars happen in the first place? That's every time there's a war, you have to ask the question why, and who is benefiting from this? Wide melon sit. Okay. That's true. I want a sitting melon, actually. Wait, I gotta ask. Which one do you like the best? Although I'm planning to have them all commissioned anyway. But which one is your favorite melon? Let me see. I should probably just make a poll. Who is your favorite melon? Wide melon. Wide crescent melon. Half moon. Round melon. Okay, I'm not gonna allow additional votes for toothbrushes this time. I just want to know. I'm curious. What do you like? Pondering my melon imp. Oh, everybody loves Kamas melon. Oh, nobody's giving round melon some love. Half moon melon is winning. Patootie Potato, thank you for continuing to subscribe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hold on, let me just turn on my BGM. Well, this isn't a real democracy. Well, I don't have the toothbrushes anymore, so it can't be rigged anymore. I can actually see the votes. Half melon, and Kamas melon are tying, are on a tie. The best melon is winning. Which one? The half moon melon. Round melon gang shall rise above other melons. Look how round it is. Yeah, I know, right? And the pigtail is so cute. It's really cute. This really cute pigtail. I like how white he is. He's a white boy. He's a white boy. He's just happy to be here. I love the Kamas melon. They're all precious as hell. I know. That's why. You know why? I decided to just commission them all because they're all precious. They're all yes. Hello. They're so cute. My precious melons. Yeah, now Kamas melon is winning. Oh no, Half Moon melon is also. The white boy is winning. But look at him, he's so proud. He's so proud to be a white boy. They're indeed all precious. It's being commissioned, actually. I'm gonna get my watermelon head soon. Round boy deserves more. I know, right? Round boy is getting neglected. No. They're so cute. Shouldn't a triangle one be upside down though? No, let's not do a Mussolini treatment on the precious melon. Only Mussolini gets the upside down treatment. And also, let's be subtle. Let's be subtle, okay? That's why I'm just calling him Kamas melon. Mana setting up a melon hat that transition between three shapes to avoid showing favoritism. Actually, I commissioned the most efficient one, so it's the easiest, and also it's very symbolic. So I think I want that one. I'll cut the round melon and eat it. Do you denounce Hamas? Yeah. Hamas. That'll be the new punishment for misbehaving imps, which is to put them upside down. Damn, no. Did you hear a certain American loser that did the Roman salute 4 times on TV? It was more cowardly than Elon, but he did it 4 times. Wasn't that Bannon? We talked about him, right? Like, he was like low energy Roman salute. Yeah. That was so half-hearted. Like, I mean, if you're gonna do a Roman salute, just you know, like at the very least, put your back into it, man. Come on. If you're gonna have to commit to the bit, man. What a disappointment. What, you glaze hummus? What do you mean? Yo, he did it 4 times? Wait, I thought he only did it once. He did it 4 times? Where's Sammy? Oh, a Mexican actor just did a salute to. Really? I didn't know that. At least Elon put his heart into it. Yeah, he did. His heart really went out to all of them. Who are them? Who is them? He kept doing it, yeah. All right. So it seems like the Kamas melon won. Triangle melon won. Kamas melon is the victor. Okay, imps, I'm gonna have to end the stream. Let's find a comrade to raid. Hold on. Stay here. Wait, comrades. Don't go yet. I need to check who's on first. Oh wait, Yugopnik is on. Okay, so I'm gonna raid Yugopnik. All right. Hold on. Let me just Yugopnik to raid. Yugopnik. What's his name again on Twitch? Yugopnik Twitch. Okay. Yugopnik Twitch. All right. Tell him raid from Comrade Mana. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm gonna have to sleep, and hopefully you'll go to my next week. Again, to my not next week. This week. No. Next week is Wednesday. We're gonna watch another the mystery of the third planet. So it's a Soviet cartoon. All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go, and later, motherfuckers.